Okay, the music is off now. All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the J. Herbert Smith Center's 2026 RBC Student Pitch Competition. I'm Igor Oliveira, I'm the program manager at the center, and I'd like to start by saying that we respectfully acknowledge that UNB stands on the unsurrendered and unceded traditional Wolastoq land. The lands of the Wabanaki people are recognized in a series of peace and friendship treaties to establish an ongoing relationship of peace, friendship, and mutual respect between equal nations. The river that runs by our university is known as Wolastoq, along which live Wolastoqey, the people of the beautiful and bountiful river. Wolastoq is also called the St. John River. Before we move into a few housekeeping items, I'd like to invite Dr. David McGee, Vice President of Research, to say a few words on behalf of the University of New Brunswick.
Good morning, everyone, and I want to thank Durandra and team for the invite to be here this morning. As mentioned, I'm Dave McGee, Vice President of Research here at the University of New Brunswick. It is my pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of UNB to the annual RBC Student Pitch Competition. It's wonderful to see so many here today: students, parents, mentors, supporters, and sponsors, judges, and industry partners, all gathered to celebrate innovation and the entrepreneurial spirit that drives our region forward. Many of you have traveled from Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, and other parts of Canada to be here this morning. Thank you for the time and effort you've taken to participate in this event. Your presence speaks to the importance of fostering curiosity and innovation across provinces and to the strength of our regional entrepreneurship ecosystem. Each year, this competition brings together some of the most dedicated and ambitious students in our region. They spend weeks, months, and sometimes years developing ideas, refining pitches, and pushing themselves to think differently. This work does not go unnoticed. In fact, it is one of the highlights of our year. At UNB, an important part of our mission is to equip students with the knowledge, tools, and support they need to make meaningful contributions to the world. That mission extends beyond the classroom into our labs, institutes, and communities we serve. This is where ideas are tested, research discoveries are made, and innovative solutions take shape. I also want to highlight the vital role that research and our researchers play in driving innovation. Many of the startups that emerge from UNB begin with fundamental research that explores new technologies, new approaches, and new ways of understanding the world. Our faculty, graduate students, and research teams are constantly pushing the boundaries of knowledge, and their discoveries often become the spark that ignites a new business, a new product, or a new way of thinking. Their curiosity fuels innovation. Their breakthroughs create opportunities, and their work forms the foundation of many of the ideas showcased here today. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the J. Herbert Smith Center for Technology Management and Entrepreneurship for organizing this competition. The center's leadership and dedication ensures that students across Atlantic Canada have opportunities to showcase their ideas, test their skills, and challenge themselves in new ways. As we continue to live in a world defined by profound economic and social change, we need innovative minds to create solutions, strengthen economies, and build opportunities that may not yet exist. That is why just 1 week ago, we launched the UNB Network for Entrepreneurship and Innovation, an exciting strategic initiative that demonstrates our deep commitment to advancing UNB's entrepreneurial ecosystem and supporting regional development. Led by Dr. Durandra Shukla, the network is designed to serve as a unifying hub for entrepreneurial activity across our campuses. Through the network, we aim to foster collaboration across disciplines, grow support for new startups, and build on the significant economic contributions our community has already made. UNB-affiliated startups and spin-offs have generated more than $125.5 million in economic impact, and many of those companies first took shape in competitions just like this one. When I look around the room, I see tremendous potential. I have no doubt that some of you will go on to launch successful businesses, contribute to technological and social innovation to help build a stronger, more resilient Atlantic Canada. You are the next generation of leaders, and the work you're doing today is laying the foundation for what comes next. To all the students, thank you for your curiosity, your courage, and your willingness to think boldly. To the mentors, judges, partners, and parents, thank you for supporting these students and for believing in the power of innovation. And to the J. Herbert Smith Center and to RBC, thank you, and once again for making this event possible and for your ongoing support of entrepreneurship and innovation at UNB. I wish all today's participants the very best. Regardless of the outcome, the experience you gain today will help serve you well in whatever path you pursue. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. McGee. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Dhirendra Shukla to say a few words on behalf of the J. Herbert Smith Center.
Thank you very much, David, for your kind words and talking about the new network. We're quite excited about how we can achieve more as we collaborate across the university around entrepreneurship and innovation. It's quite exciting. This competition started before I became the chair, and very excited that Linda is here with us because she is the one who, during her tenure as the chair of the Dr. J. Herbert Smith Center, launched this competition. And I always say one thing that is phenomenal about the center is that we've built and tried to scale on the shoulders of giants that built an amazing program before we got here. So incredible kudos to Linda for starting this, giving students a platform to just come and feel that they, in a safe space, try something, experience something, and just build on that momentum and go and do amazing and interesting and exciting things. And we have seen it. We have seen students that came here, presented, took those ideas, and then have gone and exited, and now have started exiting those companies. And it's just brilliant how that initial idea of what Linda had, and now we're seeing the fruits, and those students have gone and done amazing things. What you want to know is that when you're here, it doesn't matter whether your startup is successful or not. It's you. You are the person. You can never fail because we are there for you whether things go good or things go bad. We will always be there to support you. And we've done it time and time again with many entrepreneurs in residence, or executive in residence programs, and people that we have in involved in our program. And historically, people that have been involved in that program were people that came from an enormous amount of failure. So when you're here and you feel nervous and you feel that things, it doesn't matter. We are here to cheer you on. We are here to celebrate you. We are here to celebrate your journey. And feel comfortable to come work with us, network, and we will be your biggest champion, whether you do massive exits or things don't work out, and you want to find a way to rebuild, restart, we'll always, always be there for you. And it doesn't matter which faculty you come from. We just care about the individuals, care about the humans that are going to go and build an amazing planet and hopefully do way better than what we have done, right? So no pressure on the young students and young people that are doing this incredible work, but you have to do better than what we have done or what we're giving you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Shukla. So this year we had an extraordinary number of applications. I think more than 35 are going to be pitching today. So imagine how many we got. So we have an exciting day ahead of us and a very tight schedule, I had to say. So in the morning, we'll have the first part of the ideas category with 15 teams of undergraduate students pitching. This category keeps going after lunch with additional 14 teams in the first part of the afternoon. Then, after that, we'll host the growth category with 16 teams of graduate students. We'll have 2 breaks in the morning and a lunch break, and after the first part of the ideas category, and 2 breaks in the afternoon. So during the breaks, we'll have coffee and tea served outside, and we're going to have sandwiches for lunch. So we're going to have lots of breaks. Don't worry about that. Finally, in the evening, we'll be hosting the awards dinner for the participant teams, judges, and sponsors to announce the competition winners, as well as our annual awards for Teaching Excellence, Student Leader of the Year, Entrepreneur of the Year, and Ecosystem Award. And Innovation Foundation, NBIF, the Financial and Consumer Services Commission of New Brunswick, FCNB, Cox and Palmer, UNB's International Business and Entrepreneurship Center, IBEC, and UNB's Barrett Chair in Entrepreneurship for Digital Transformation. So a round of applause for all of our sponsors, please. Thank you very much for supporting these students. We'll have the sponsors coming up here throughout the day to share a quick chat with the audience. Last but not least, I'd like to thank the Bulmer family for their continuous support. For years, we've been presenting the Harold H. Bulmer Memorial Prize as part of the student pitch competition. So I'd like to invite Linda Bulmer to say a few words on behalf of the family.
Welcome, everybody. And if you're part Irish like me, you're probably saying, isn't it great that this is not St. Paddy's Day? We're not holding it on St. Paddy's Day. Welcome to the pitch competition, and you cannot say thank you enough, correct? So thank you, judges, thank you, sponsors, and thank you to Durendra and the team for putting this competition together every year so professionally. As you know, it is very dear to my heart. It was founded for you, of course, the pitchers of the day, so that you would have a fruitful place to come and in a safe place network with people with like minds. I have my father, Harold H. Bulmer, who was my personal example of the entrepreneurial lifestyle and the path to career independence. So I'm glad you're on that path. About 5 years ago, when I opened this wonderful pitch competition, I spoke about AI. And I try to encourage people to keep pace with AI, make sure you're responsible and ethical with the usage of AI, and just bring up the point that it is not a regulated environment and we need peer regulation. Now, not that you look like a complacent AI crowd, you don't, but I did want to bring up a couple of points again in the AI front. Okay, so 5 years have passed. There's still no federal regulation in North America, across North America, on the usage of AI. It's fragmented at best, it's permissive, and it is on an innovation tilt, so that's good. It has truly catapulted. Investment last year tripled in AI, and this year will reach $2.6 trillion. So the thing is, we're just getting started. This is nothing yet. AI has clearly risen to be much more than a tool to be used by corporations, but a means that can reshape startups from the ground up. It is important that you recognize at this point that AI stands before you as both a partner and a competitor. That should not be any different concept for any business person or entrepreneur, because often your partners have a strong potential to be your competitor. So someone in your supply chain, your clients, you have to keep them close, correct? AI as a partner, well, definitely. AI has the potential to gainfully help humanity solve some of our biggest challenges, advancing healthcare, education, and our planet's sustainability. Its performance-enhancing powers save us lots of hours so that we can accelerate our innovation beyond what we could before from concept to reality. As a competitor, I am not talking about losing your jobs. The warning is much more important than that. The warning is that with thoughtless overuse of this technology, we could actually erode some aspects of our humanity. So it has us all, or should have us all, questioning, what does it mean to be human? What is the human advantage? What are the unique human skills that we need to evolve as opposed to let erode? So those types of skills such as authentic relationship building, negotiation, vision, imagination, patience, empathy. So, as you build your organization, your test is not to choose AI as a partner strategically, but rather to master both sides of its edge. Master it as a partner and master it as a competitor. So the next CEOs that are in the room or listening, you need to help us. You need to build organizations that have a culture that does two things. That culture needs policies and values that place mindful restrictions on the usage of AI. And it needs to thoughtfully recognize and reward the people within the organization for those uniquely human aspects and skills. And that way, we can help them evolve as opposed to erode. So, usually I stay here all day and I enjoy myself. And I come to the dinner and I enjoy myself there and I hand out money, which is so much fun. But today, I have family commitments that I cannot stay. But without challenges, we would not evolve. And your audience awaits to hear about the challenges that you choose to address today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Linda. For the pitch presentations, each team will have 3 minutes to pitch without slides, followed by 5 minutes of Q&A. We will raise a red card here when you have 1 minute left. Okay, so red card, 1 minute left. And for the audience, we ask you to please be silent during the presentations and the Q&A. So for our judges in the ideas category in the morning part, we have, hold your applause to the end, please, for all the judges. We have Hydra Patel, a skilled business development strategist with experience in driving projects and building strong partnerships across government, nonprofit, and industry sectors. He's a business development senior advisor at Mitex, working closely with key stakeholders to support regional and international business growth. Oriana Cordido is an experienced business strategist and relationship builder with a passion for helping entrepreneurs scale. She has over 5 years of experience supporting startups, SMEs, and immigrant entrepreneurs across Atlantic Canada. She's currently a business relationship manager at BMO, where she works with growth stage businesses to provide tailored financial solutions and help them reach their next milestone. She's also a board member at the Fredericton Chamber of Commerce. Ashley Noel is a workforce consultant at Working NB, where she also supports employers of any size, providing human resource expertise, including recruitment strategies, training initiatives, retention plans, and access to labor market information, helping businesses overcome HR challenges and connecting them with diverse talent. She also supports employers in accessing funds for larger HR projects and role-specific training. Atib Khan is an entrepreneur and technology professional with more than 10 years of experience building scalable solutions across software development, data systems, and emerging technologies. He's the head of operations at Grey Wolf Analytics, where he leads the development and deployment of advanced blockchain intelligence and investigative platforms. His work combines entrepreneurship, applied research, and software engineering to build scalable platforms that address real-world challenges in emerging technology sectors. Thank you so much for being here with us today. All right, now let's start with our first pitch. Please welcome Caddy. Either the podium mic or there are 2 handhelds there. So you
Sure.
just need to make sure they're on by pressing the...
Hello? Yeah, there we go.
All right, whenever you start, I'll start a timer, and here's the red card I'm going to raise when you have 1 minute left.
All right, ready? Okay, good morning, everyone. Golf course driving ranges collect thousands of golf balls every day. Most do this manually, using gas-powered vehicles and human operators. This process is repetitive, labor-intensive, and very expensive, costing golf courses upwards of $30,000 annually in labor just to collect golf balls. Our solution is Caddy, a fully autonomous golf ball collection system that uses GPS, onboard sensors, and onboard computation to autonomously navigate the golf course driving range and collect golf balls without any human intervention. For golf courses, this means reduce labor costs and modernize golf course operations.
So currently, the golf industry is thriving. Since COVID, we've seen a large influx of new players, causing golf courses to have to spend increasing amounts of money on their operations. It is estimated that the current golf course operations market is valued at about $40 billion, with projections showing this number to continue to increase within the next 10 years. Within the local market around Fredericton and New Brunswick, we've talked to some courses around here, including Fredericton Golf Club and Kingswood, and we've garnered some local interest and feedback on our prototype. These courses told us that automated solutions of this kind are very appealing to them, and they'd love to test and demo our product once the snow is gone.
So why Caddy? Compared to existing solutions, we offer a fully autonomous system. With remote charging and remote golf ball deposition, golf course owners don't have to lift a finger during the process, and the solution is completely automated. We also offer a lower price point to add small to mid-sized golf courses that otherwise would not be able to offer our service. Looking to expand across North America, we want to show golf course owners the value that we provide and give them ROI within their first year of implementation as per our feedback from local golf courses.
And while this idea may sound ambitious, Caddy has the team to make it happen. We're 4 final year dedicated engineering students, as well as avid golfers, which is how we identified this market opportunity in the first place. Today, we've raised over $5,000. This has gone towards our fully functional prototype, which meets all required engineering requirements. Currently, we are testing at the indoor UNB Dome as we prepare to work with our partner courses around Fredericton in the spring. We're seeking additional funding to grow our business, as well as turn our prototype into a fully fledged commercial product. Just remember, Caddy lets your range run itself.
Thank you for the presentation. It was very good. I would like to know, as you have mentioned that it would be fully automated, so are you guys also providing a software solution with the product also?
Yeah, so when a golf course orders a product, it comes fully programmed, and then obviously this will have continuous deployments as well, because issues are going to arise eventually, but yes, this also has a very large software aspect to it, and which is included with the purchase of the hardware.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi guys, great presentation. I wanted to learn a little bit more about the technology as well. You already answered the software side, but are you only going to be focused on the driving range side of the golf course, or are you also going to be looking for the lost balls in the golf course?
Yeah, so currently we're focused on, I guess, just driving range collection with the large amount on it. It could also be used on sections of the course that would have kind of lost golf balls if the terrain is suitable, but currently we're just looking at the driving range aspect.
Just wondering if you can speak a little bit about the competition.
Yeah, I can touch on that. So existing solutions are in about the $50,000 to $60,000 price range. There are no fully autonomous systems at this moment. They do require users to empty them, and based on interviews that we've had with existing golf courses, they've outlined problems where the rovers are too heavy and cause damage to the grass underneath, which is a big problem for them. And based on these problems, we've kind of implemented into our system to avoid any such situations arising. And we offer a lower price point in about the mid 20,000s, which based on local courses is affordable for them.
Perfect.
So you already have the autonomously driving rover. Can this technology be translated into any other industry or vertical?
Yeah, we've been talking about different use cases. Obviously, this idea started as the golf ball collector, but as we've talked to different people, we've garnered a bit of interest, and we know like farming would be a big one, or even just other use cases on the golf course, such as mowing or like cleaning up leaves and like acorns or pine cones in certain places. That's a big thing. So yeah, we have looked a little bit into that, but we're focused on just the golf section right now.
Have you your timeline on your prototype release, what you need to do, and where do you need the funding?
Yeah, so we're working on finishing up our prototype right now, and then we're going to be, like Rhett mentioned, we're going to be testing at the UNB Dome. They have a driving range indoors there, as there's snow right now. And then once the snow's gone this summer, we'll be looking to test at some of the pilot courses we've talked to in Fredericton, and then we'll be looking to expand and get our minimum viable product out there within the next year or so.
One more.
So have you talked to Kingswood or we have at St. Andrew, there is also a big golf course. So have you talked with them also? Because I think they have some automated system for the collecting the golf balls and everything.
Yeah, so we've talked with Kingswood, Fredericton Golf Club, and St. Andrews. St. Andrews outlined their autonomous system, which was a $70,000 purchase, and they told us that they were only able to purchase it because of an automation grant they received. and otherwise they just wouldn't have been able to implement this system. And they outlined all the problems that they've seen and then told us how much they love it. So we were kind of taken aback to see that even though there are these problems, they really do love this collection and how much it's made their lives easier and how much it saves on the labor side. So through these interviews, yeah, with these local courses, and then Kingswood and FGC being courses that haven't automated yet, but kind of outlined why they would like to and how they could do so.
I have a question. How are you able to come in at such a lower cost?
Yeah, so the main thing is capacity-wise, where these lower to mid-sized golf courses don't have as many golf balls on the driving range needed to collect. So being able to make sort of a smaller rover, lightweight rover, we save on a lot of extra costs that these other rovers do not. But then we make up for that on the software side with the fully automation. That aspect kind of provides the value that we believe the market needs.
All right, that's time for questions. Thank you. While the judges finalize the scores, can Gigink please come down so we are ready for you when it's time? Did you get all the timing card, all that, instructions? All good? 3 minutes?
Yeah.
I'm gonna raise the red card when you have 1 minute left.
Okay.
You can use either this one or those if you prefer. Just need to make sure they're on.
Hello? Okay.
Okay, so I'll let you know when you're ready for you.
Thank you.
Start and start the time.
Okay, so who here enjoys live music? I know I do. It's probably one of my favorite weekend activities. But has anyone ever thought about the hassle that goes on behind the scenes to make these live music events happen?
Hi, I'm Emma Disselkamp, co-founder of Gigink and also an emerging singer-songwriter. And I can tell you, on my end, it's hard. It's difficult to find gigs without those pre-existing connections. A lot of my cold emails go unanswered, and I'm often left doing unpaid exposure gigs. Artists like me have been conditioned to believe that we need an agent or to get discovered in order to make any profit from our art. Imagine how much talent the world is missing out on, and think about how many artists let go of their dreams because there isn't a centralized system for them to showcase and monetize their talent.
And my name is Molly, and as someone with experience in event planning across many different organizations, I've been stuck in roles where I've had to find and secure talent. And I can tell you firsthand as well that finding talent is hard. It's hard to find artists that match your audience style, fit your budget, and are available nearby. Sure, there are larger booking agencies that do exist, but these agencies target larger scale concerts and festivals, often leaving smaller venues, emailing back and forth with artists, scrolling through social media, or getting stuck with an agent that doesn't care about them or their music. Because Emma and I have both experienced this problem firsthand from either side of the fence, we have come together to create a solution, and that solution is Gigink.
Gigink is a digital platform that helps connect independent artists with local music venues like pubs, bars, and coffee shops. It allows artists to find paid gigs and for local venues to find reliable talent.
It's a bi-directional booking platform, meaning that artists can request to play at venues and venues can request to book artists.
It's basically a dating app for local venues and independent musicians.
So how does Gigink work? First, users can build a profile. They can upload their genre preferences, budget style, availability, and past performance links.
Our in-app filters make discovery simple. So let's say you're a local music venue owner and you're looking for a country artist within Fredericton with a budget of $500. You can see all fit artists in the span of seconds.
Once a match is made, booking is simple. You can chat using our in-app messaging features, sign a built-in contract, and complete payment securely, all in one place. Gigink will generate revenue through a 5% booking fee on all music bookings, as well as a $5 monthly subscription fee for artists. With these, we are projected to have $1 million in profits by year 3.
We see a perfect market opportunity for Gigink, with the live music industry in Canada being valued at $10.9 billion and having over 100,000 pubs and bars across Canada. With your support, we can scale Gigink efficiently and have Gigink be the go-to platform for independent artists and local venues.
Thank you.
Thank you. What is your competition? What are the other apps or sources available what sets you apart?
Okay, so we have our direct competitors, which are mainly in the UK, Gigpig, but these focus on like larger music venues and larger artists, and then our indirect competitors.
Yeah, our indirect competitors is pretty much like currently in like the New Brunswick market, we've talked with different venue owners and they kind of already have their pre-existing connections. I know most venue owners sort of like rotate through the same sort of handful of artists like each week, so there really is no more like, I don't know, new talent discovery. It's very like repetitive, the artists that you're seeing at any local venues, and sort of like Fredericton, St. John, Moncton is where we've sort of, I don't know, spoken to some venue owners about this. Again, for direct competitors, there's local, like there's booking agencies such as Deggy, Pat Quinn, NB Productions, like different booking agencies like this. But again, those are the ones that sort of do target those larger scale like music events, like bigger concerts or festivals. But the smaller venues that we're really like looking to tap into that market, it's pretty much all indirect competition with sort of their pre-existing connections. There's not a platform that's currently there for that.
So the way it's set up, sorry, go ahead.
We would say like it would be like Facebook groups, you know, there's like, independent musicians within Fredericton, and like sometimes that works, but it's fragmented and unreliable.
So if it's set up like a Google platform, for example, and then certain ones get kind of filtered to the bottom and you're only looking at the top ones, how do you address that? How do you make sure that everybody gets seen?
Yeah, something we didn't necessarily talk about in our pitch is that we have sort of for artists, because it's more so on their side that it's like artists are the ones that need sort of the exposure. Venues, they have artists that can play there, but this is sort of like, it's benefiting venues in the sense that like it's the payment, it's the contract all in one sort of spot. But wait, sorry, could you repeat the question? Because I was going somewhere with that and I just forgot.
No, if you're searching for something on Google, for example,
yes,
there could be thousands or millions of hits, and Google, it filters so that there are certain ones that always come to the top.
Yes.
So how do you prevent certain groups from just staying on the bottom and never getting seen?
Right.
Well, I think this can be like explored while we develop our software, and there can be a specific algorithm to ensure that that doesn't happen. But we also wanted to mention that there is like ratings, and this encourages artists to like do a good job, and for like local venues as well. So that like, yeah, if you're like,
you had a good experience with a certain artist, like as a venue, you can provide them with a good rating, where like on the opposing side, if it was a negative experience, you're probably not going to receive a good rating. So having the negative ratings will sort of already push you towards the bottom. With the filters as well, it's already going to place artists that like within proximity are like closest to you. So like if you're a Fredericton venue, the artists that are most like closely related to your actual general location is already going to be filtered to the top. And then that filtering system is also sort of just going to be, again, filtered by the different ratings that have been given within the performances.
Thanks.
So what's your marketing strategy? How do you ensure you have a steady pipeline of talent artists coming in?
Yeah, so for our initial entry strategy, what we've decided to do is we've already talked with a few different venue owners in the St. John and Fredericton areas. So we plan to initially just launch a free version of the platform and test this with some. Emma's a local musician. She has lots of local artist connections. So with some local artists as well as these venues, just to sort of figure out what works and what doesn't work, we're gonna test that free version first and hopefully build those strong connections with our first initial set of venues and pubs. Within year one, we're sort of hoping to secure 50. 50 was our number of venues across New Brunswick. It's pretty reasonable. I feel like there's already probably 20-ish from my home, quite a few here. We have connections in Moncton as well, to sort of secure that within our first year after we've sort of launched our non-free version and make sure that it's still working well in the market. And then we'll plan to sort of scale to the rest of Atlantic Canada and then hopefully the rest of Canada a few years later. It honestly is really attractive because when you look statistically, New Brunswick, Newfoundland, and Quebec or Nova Scotia, Newfoundland and Quebec, the whole East Coast has the most bars per capita when you look at all of Canada. So it's sort of an attractive sort of side of the country to enter. But really our marketing strategy is just gonna be based on sort of building these connections, and then hopefully word of mouth will start. I don't know, other venues will once venues enjoy using our platform, we hope that everyone just sort of jumps on the bandwagon and tags along.
That's fine. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good, good. Ashley, good. All right, next up we have IO. Do we? All right.
Is that how I was supposed to pronounce it? Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, that was right.
All right, so 3 minutes. 1 minute left, we'll raise this.
All right. Sounds good. All right. So retailers currently operate extensive camera networks in their stores, which are only reviewed after something goes wrong, or in a special case like theft, shrink, or anything that involves accessing the camera networks. Meanwhile, labor inefficiencies and inconsistent store operations in the same retail stores cost these stores over 5% of their 5% of their operating margin. And the analytics pipelines meant to fix this take weeks or months to deploy, which often leaves independent retailers with no solutions at all. So this is where IO comes in. Aisle is an AI-powered intelligence layer that also acts as a point of sale for retail stores. So how it works is that it sits on top of the tech that retailers already have, like the extensive camera networks and the inventory management systems that they do have, and simply unlocks the intelligence that was already there. What I mean by that is Aisle allows the store owner to see exactly what's happening in their store, which means how customers flow through the store, where they linger, where they spend their time, what aisles specifically are being unused the most, which are all data that are incredibly valuable to these store operators. And another thing is there are always merchandising inefficiencies in these stores that are always bleeding income for these retail owners. And the current solutions to this is analytics pipelines that take months or weeks to get deployed, and oftentimes they even take more time to measure how these analytics, how these outcomes from these analytics work out for the store. So we're talking about months of time, and this is where Aisle comes in, because Aisle changes this pipeline down to two things, which is gathering the data and acting upon it. So depending on the scope again, it takes retail stores currently months to implement staff changes, planogram changes, and promotions and measure outcomes from this. So Aisle simply looks at the data and creates immediate actionable insights that you can use for it. And what I mean by this is by dramatically compressing the data pipeline from the analysis phase to the acting phase, this allows us to free the managers by just letting them focus on judgment and execution. And because Aisle is also AI-centric, it means that it gets smarter with the more data it processes, becoming more personalized and powerful the more the user uses it and the more the company behind it scales. So for the first time, an independent retail store owner is left with the same operational level of intelligence that stores like Nike and Adidas spend millions of dollars on. And all of this is deployable within days, not months. And so I am Amil. I'm the founder of Aisle. I'm a software engineer with a focus on computer vision. And I have spent 5 years working in retail. And this puts me in a safe spot to say that the current data analytics pipeline for retail is not great for the store owners. And it does not create immediate and actionable insights at all, which is where Aisle comes in. And Aisle is a software that I wish existed while I was working in retail. That's it.
Thank you for your presentation. Do you want to run us through an example on how this technology will work for a manager? And if I can ask the second question, specifically with the target market that you want to target, I guess.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so an example of this would be, let's say you're in Walmart, for example, and there's 5 aisles. And using computer vision technology, we can detect how many customers are passing through this aisle and which aisles are kept being unused. And we can also detect whether these customers are being annoyed by the fact that they are stuck in line because of their simple head movements. So this is the level of data that we can access just by using computer vision and existing technologies. And this extends over like staff planning, as well as you could even extend this to example, if there's an example of an oil spillage in the floor. Aisle could detect that simply using computer vision analytics, using the existing computer vision networks that they already have, which are the CCTV networks.
I just want to, yeah, if that's, no, you're all good. So for your target market, you're looking at the bigger brands, not like our local retail stores. Would they not have solutions already in place for this?
I am focusing on local to medium-sized businesses, because larger businesses already spend millions on data analytics, and this is the reason that the smaller and middle-sized businesses cannot get the access to these same kind of resources, because they just don't have the money or time to spend it on that. So this is where Aisle comes in. Aisle is a software that is managed by us, right? So that means we can create the analytics for them. They don't have to spend any of the computing power on it. And they, yes, everything's done by that. It's immediately actionable for them. And that's it. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for the presentation. Can you please talk about the competition and the price structure?
Absolutely. So competition. So right now there is no point of sale system or intelligence layer that offers both computer vision and inventory management all together as a point of sale. What our competitors are standalone computer vision companies that get data from you, provide analytics based on that, and talk to your middle-class executives or whoever that is in your corporate who make decisions based on that. And these are pipelines that take months. And our price structure is we're going for a B2B SaaS, so it's going to be monthly based. And we don't have a specific price point right now, but yeah, because this is, again, a very new type of B2B business that we're trying to build here.
Yeah. So where are you right now? At ideation stage, or have you developed the prototype?
I have developed a prototype, yes. It works on simulated store data, because I don't have access to any of the retail camera sets, right? So it works on the CCTV data, and it's able to, it has an AI-powered chat assistant that you can create reports based on that. It also has staff planning, merchandising, and report generation, etc. Yeah.
This is very techy, and I'm having a hard time understanding the scope of it. I think it would be beneficial for me to see an example. I mean, from what I'm grasping, it sounds very interesting. So I think I'll defer my question until I know more.
Absolutely.
So you said this is a B2B SaaS tool.
Yeah.
Would you be exporting live feed of cameras from throughout the store onto a server? Wouldn't that be a lot of network overhead?
Yeah, so but this introduces a new issue of privacy problems too. So we can't just like take the customer's data and spread it around. Mm-hmm. So what we're doing is we're taking the computer vision data, we're first transforming it so that we're not holding any of the customer personalized data on our hand. All we're doing is holding analytical data. So this passes like all our APAC regulations and make sure that there is no privacy regulations being violated for the customer, right? So yeah, we would be passing down analytics that are like not related to customer data, but just general like heat maps around the store or like how customers flow to the store. That could be passed on to the server so that the bigger corporate could make decisions around that.
So your intermediary transformative layer would have to be physical hardware on premises?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
So there would be a server or a computer basically on premise that transforms the data into analytics that is then streamed onto your servers.
Because this would be a computationally expensive process that we're doing here. So my idea is that we would have a server that does all the inferencing and processing that the AI part would have to do, so that it's less expensive for the store owners to handle this, right? I want to make sure that the store owners can hold this entire thing in their own infrastructure without adding any other new items. So to make sure to do that, I would have to hold all my own computational resources at my company so that I can offer these services.
I just have a quick recommendation, something to look into. If you're going to have all these data from your system, I think it'll be interesting to see the return on investment for the retail store regarding product placement. Because usually products, the way that they're designed is based on the brand and how much the brand wants to pay, et cetera, to position themselves. So I think it'll be interesting if that would help the retail stores even make more funds based on where they're positioning their products as well.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for that.
And certain stores are constantly rotating.
True.
Analyzing the impact of those rotations makes it interesting.
Yes, that is also something I've looked into. So, for example, whenever a new planogram comes out, there's certain aisles that are never really been through. But even though those aisles might hold like really good products that other stores are experiencing like really good growth with. So that indicates a problem on your part, right? There's something wrong in your store. And that's what my software is there to do. We're supposed to detect those failures and create actionable insights based on that. Thank you.
Thank you. while the judges finalize the scores. Do we have a person from Tresnova here? Okay, well, we're going to call you in a second. Thank you. I'm good. All right, so please welcome Tresnova. Testing, testing. Okay, now it's up.
Thank you. Hi, good morning, everyone. And my name is Diana, and I'm a third-year computer science student specializing in cybersecurity. And first, I would like to start with the simple questions. So, how many of you guys know exactly where your personal data is online today? Good. Like, most of the people have no idea where their personal data is online. And especially over the years, since we have created multiple accounts online, like in shopping sites, in forums, in websites, apps, and we have no clue like where we have our personal data stored. And this actually creates a risk because we don't know how our personal data might be used to exploit our digital identity. And when one of such breach occurs, not even realize that it happened. And there is tools, like excellent tools that detects the breaches today. But it doesn't give you the appropriate, I would say, the priority to know that, okay, this alert occurred and how scary is the situation and what step I should take next to protect myself. That's where Tresnova comes in. Tresnova is basically a digital risk assessment platform where it actually gives you three main answers. So first, it gives you an answer to where my data has appeared online, like the sources. And then it tells you how risky is that exposure, like the priority of it. Is it my email address, like my date of birth, because that can be much more risky. And apart from that, it also gives you practical guidance on what steps you should take. Like you can reset your password, or if you have used the same password for other accounts, that's even more dangerous because they can use it for like your credential guessing, or you can be in a phishing attempt because when your email is known, the attacker knows that it's a real user who is using that email address. And once they know that you use Amazon account, they can like send you an Amazon gift card email and be like, click here and get like 50% discount on Black Friday sale. And you might click on it because you know I have an Amazon account and I am more likely like do the shopping and everything. So the way our product works is that it takes an email identifier or like a basic identifier, and then it analyzes the available resource that is like online. And then it gives you the steps. It also gives you a chart, like what is your security score? Like how many breaches were you in? And also gives you an idea of connected services. Like if one account, like for example, you sign in with Google, and one of the account where you use sign in with Google got breached, then...
I'm so sorry, that's time. I already gave you a few extra seconds.
Yeah,
sorry.
No worries.
Let's move into Q&A. Thank you.
So this is a two-part question. First, how do you make sure the people using your platform are the good guys. I could just be doing a recon mission on Ashley here and get all the information I need on her.
Get all my dirt.
Yeah.
Sorry, could you please repeat that again?
How do you make sure the person using your platform is doing it for good intentions? I could just be using it to collect information on other people, since you made it so easy to do it now.
Yeah. So how will I make sure that the user who are using my platform has good intention? Well, that is actually a tricky question, I would say, because yeah, they can use it for bad things, but I would say I can right now, when it is like the final polished product, I would set a priority for the incidents. When it is like a critical priority, like when you're on a bridge and it's a critical priority, I would suggest the user to take immediate action and to reset the password immediately, or there will be an option to remove that data from the online, like the source, so that no other user can like enter and see their like personal email address from the site. Yeah.
Okay. Second part of the question. So since you already have the data and you made sure the person using it is doing it for good intentions.
Yeah.
Now, how do you protect yourself against hackers? Because once again, the bad guy wants to get all the data.
Yeah.
He can try to just hack you instead of doing recon on the whole internet.
Yeah. So there is a lot of ways to actually protect myself. Like, since I'm working as a security analyst right now, I would say there is a lot of ways to protect myself. There could be like maybe taking help from a cybersecurity facility, and also like using phishing-resistant MFA, like passkeys and stuff like that. And also, I would say continuous monitoring also helps in protecting your data, like not clicking on anything that seems suspicious or something. Like, if I'm getting an email from someone who I'm not expecting to, not clicking on that, that's how I would say we can protect our data, and I can protect my resource that I'm like getting. Thank you.
So is this similar to the other, tools available like Nova? I don't remember the names of them, but because I'm not techie, but so how do you differentiate yourself between the other services that are available?
Yeah, so there is already like excellent products outside in the market that actually says that you have been breached, and it also gives you the time of the incident, but it doesn't give you like the exact why you are at risk. Like, for normal users who are not in cybersecurity or who are not in tech, why it's a matter of concern that my email address or my date of birth got breached? Like, what do I do with that? But when we make you understand that, okay, if you are in a breach, this could happen, then you know that, okay, so I might be at risk and I should like do this. And the existing tools are like doing one thing at a time. Like, I know of like various tools. One like detects breach, other removes like the breach information that is like online. So my idea is to combine everything. It's not to create a new product, but to build on the existing one and to combine everything in one place so that it's easier for users to use it.
And I have another question, sorry. Is there a mechanism to inform law enforcement of the bad actors?
Yeah, that's actually a great feature we can add as well to, like, for example, if we are working alongside a cybersecurity facility as well. So we can actually like let them know, and they can actually help us, like, I would say, to do the daily monitoring for us. And also like it will also, like, as you mentioned, that we can also like include the law person to take actions on the bad actors immediately. Yeah.
Thank you.
That's time. Thank you.
Thank you.
UNB Robotics Club. Okay. You're going to have 3 minutes to pitch. I'm going to raise a red card whenever you have 1 minute left. I'll be sitting right here. You can use this one or these ones too.
Okay.
Just make sure they're on whenever they...
And are we good to just use no microphone?
No, because we have the streaming.
Okay.
So it goes online, so you have to choose one of them. Good. Just... Okay, so judges, we're gonna swap the next two. So this team is gonna be UNB Robotics Club. So just ignore the Shift Harbor column for now. We're gonna go back to them next. All right, and for the folks up there, slide. So please welcome the UNB Robotics Club.
Good morning. We're members of the UNB Robotics Club, and we are leading the team building the Maritimes' first ever competition rover. At UNB, we saw an opportunity. Oh, sorry. Sorry. At UNB, we saw an opportunity to fill an important gap in engineering education. Space exploration and autonomous robotics are leading the engineering sector. But the engineers building that future need more than just classroom theory. That's exactly what our rover project delivers. Students design and build a fully functional rover from scratch, equipping them with valuable skills for the modern engineering sector. This August, we will be taking that rover to Alberta to participate in the Canadian International Rover Challenge, or CIRC for short. CIRC is one of the premier rover competitions in the world. Teams operate on terrain designed to simulate a Mars environment and complete tasks with the rover, such as autonomous navigation, object manipulation, and even scientific soil analysis. For a team from the Maritimes, participating for the first time serves as a pivotal step towards building a stronger presence for our region in robotics and the space sector. And so where does that start? Well, it starts with building the rover itself. So the rover is entirely built by UNB students. Anywhere from the mechanical structure to drivetrain to electronics and control software. We have around 60 students and counting involved in the project. Because the rover is built using a modular design that allows different subsystems to be developed in parallel, allowing each member to meaningfully contribute to the project as it evolves. In terms of costs, by carefully selecting commercial off-the-shelf components and designing much of the system ourselves, we're able to build the rover for around $7,000, something that would typically cost more than $20,000. We've already secured initial funding, and we're seeking support to cover the remaining costs of building and getting the rover to Alberta. Right now, key subsystems are being built and tested, and the team is actively working towards a complete rover in time for the competition in August. But this project isn't just about one competition. Our goal is to build a sustainable rover program at UNB. We plan to return to CRC next year, in addition to applying to other rover competitions throughout the world, which would provide more students with the opportunity to gain hands-on experience in a important engineering sector.
So sorry to cut you off. That's fine.
Okay.
Let's move to...
All right. The voice.
All right. Let's start with... I'm going to flip it. Let's switch so hard as please.
Thank you for the presentation. Can you please talk more about who are your target audience and what kind of services or product you would provide?
Okay. So we are building a rover, but the main point of the rover is not to necessarily accomplish the task that the rover is accomplishing, but is to educate and provide an experience for students. So by completing this rover project, they will be gaining the skills and the experience that sets you apart from other people who took all the same courses.
Also,
to expand on this, our target audience is the UNB engineering community, and to create engagement within the community through our project.
Yeah. So there is one more startup spin-off from the UNB undergraduate student who is providing similar kind of training to the school or like middle school or high school children. I think it would be a good opportunity for you to collaborate with them.
Thank you.
Right now for students, if your club did not exist, how do you get the same skill sets? Is there an alternative to it or no?
There's other clubs that do have STEM opportunities. This is the only one where it's robotics opportunities. Other opportunities include there's civil opportunities to build, do steel frame bridges. There's a racing club where you can build a car, but this is the only remote robotics opportunity.
In addition to that, our club our SOP and our USP as a whole is to give multiple students, so they can join in any time for our workshops. We offer weekly workshops with a total engagement of around 30 people per workshop. We try to do one workshop a week, and we are adding significant value to the engineering community and to the UNB community as a whole.
And also, I just want to mention that, and I mean, a couple of years from now, the UNB students will be graduating, so we'll be equipping, workplace people working in engineering with valuable skills and hands-on experience, and as well as just growing the Maritimes as kind of more skills in the space sector and robotics.
I have a question. So I'd like to clarify, so this is primarily about the robot, not so much about the implementation or the task?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I have more of a suggestion, I guess. Maybe perhaps in the future you could have the programs, workshop and programs a little more rigid in academic structure and talk to the university about having some kind of certificate program.
Okay. Thank you.
Any final questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so now we're gonna go to Shift Harbor, okay, judges? Okay, so please welcome Shift Harbor.
Let's imagine it's Friday at 4 p.m. A boutique store in Regent Mall has a massive sale tomorrow. But suddenly, 2 employees call in sick. Manager looks around on Indeed, Facebook, but no response. No reliable workers on short-term basis. This is what we call our agility gap, where a small business immediately need workers to fill in those roles, but there is no dependable way to do so. In New Brunswick alone, 27,000 small businesses rely on short-term notice workers, which do shift coverage, retail work, and those sort of jobs. We surveyed and sampled and spoke to a significant amount of managers, employers, and job seekers. They face this issue while hiring, and for job seekers, it's difficult to apply for those roles because they are hidden and they are difficult to apply for those roles. So that's why we are here with Shift Harbor. Shift Harbor is a staff marketplace where we connect workers with employers.
Shift Harbor isn't just another job marketplace. Shift Harbor isn't just another job marketplace. It's a short-time hiring place where we connect businesses and workers. Our platform connects business and workers on short-term basis. Shift ranges from 4 hours to 1 week. Here's how it works. A business posts job need, and a worker, especially students who are looking for flexible work, gets a notification. And with just one tap, the shift is filled. Here's the interesting part. We have reliability scores. Our workers get reputation by successfully completing the shifts and showing up on time, not calling in. That's how they build reliability scores, and that's what the workers and the employers look for.
So while gig platforms do exist in larger cities here in Fredericton, they do exist in larger cities in Canada. We haven't seen this in smaller cities here in Fredericton, and we can use this to our advantage. We are hyper-local, and we are the first to build this kind of network here. Our launch strategy is going to be very simple. In phase 1, the platform will be completely free for both the business and the job seekers. Our early workforce will mainly come from the post-secondary institution students like UNB, STU, and NBCC, where people are looking for flexible work that fits around their schedule. Once the businesses successfully fill a few shifts through Shift Harbor, they are much less likely to go back to traditional methods like Facebook Marketplace or word of mouth. In phase 2, we'll introduce a 10% service fee per shift that was fulfilled. Businesses only pay when a shift is fulfilled. But our goal is much bigger than just building a platform. We want to help Fredericton businesses stay flexible and give students an opportunity to earn a significant income. Shift Harbor is about closing the agility gap and building a stronger local workforce. Thank you.
Yeah, this is my bailiwick. So it's a great idea, and employers now more than ever are struggling to fill positions with people who have a very strong work ethic and a good attitude. So one of the questions I have is, how do you identify people that would be a great fit for this opportunity and to, that will represent your company well in new opportunities? And have you had any that have ended up staying with the employer? And how are you marketing this? And honestly, as you grow, we may also be able to market you to our businesses.
So that's a good question. I'm going to answer that in 2 ways. Firstly, I will say reliability score is a core part of our project. And so if a worker put their verification stuff, we verify it through a third-party system. So they verify the workers and they get the skills out of that. So we have a certain benchmarks that if the worker fulfill, then we connect with the employers. And the same thing with the employers as well. Employers also have a benchmarks. They have to fulfill those benchmarks. Verifications is like in phases. If they're verified, that's how we can, employers can rely on the workers. And marketing thing, the UNB, STU, and university is a good market. We can just go around, and we have currently a live website where we sample like more than 100 people, and they are really interested. They have different background. So we get along with a lot of people now. We have a lot of workers, even for the employers. We have a lot of in Region Mall. I know one specifically, A&W Region Mall is doing hiring sort of that way. So we connected with them, and the other stores as well are also connected with us in that sense. So big market should be UNBs too, and the small university towns could be a good market for us.
And are you focusing strictly on retail, or are you expanding to other industries?
So currently we have 6 types of jobs, like even merchandising, retailers, and those kind of roles we can fill in with workers, yeah.
In the first phase.
Yeah, in the first phase, yeah.
So once a business has hired the services of an individual through your platform, is there anything stopping that business from directly contacting that person again? Why do they have to go through your platform again?
We will have certain restrictions. This is especially for the short-term shifts, so we focus on short-term more. If they like the employee and they end up hiring, that's again the same thing as the normal hiring, which we are not focusing on. Our main focus is on short-term hiring and call-ins and stuff, where agility gaps come in. So we are mainly focused on that.
I want to add something about that, because if a hiring manager goes around and calls someone, it's kind of not realistically possible, to be honest. There'll be thousands of applicants. And going on Facebook, it's really messy, and it should be a certain niche product should be there so that they can apply easily and they can get connected, right?
One more.
If I understood your idea correctly, if I own a retail store and I had people scheduled for Friday, as you guys were speaking about, 2 calling sick, I only have 1 staff, I can go into your platform and find 2 people to come in for that Friday.
Yeah.
I understood that correctly. Okay. So here's my concern with that, and I think I encourage you to do a little bit more research on it. I worked in retail when I was a student, and the training that you have to go to in order to manage their merchandise and their POS system, etc., is quite substantive at the beginning when you're starting. So as a business owner or even the manager, it might be more of a hassle have to bring 2 people that have no idea how this business works to come and help. So how are you going to work on that regulation and training? Even if they have retail experience, they haven't worked in that specific store. So how are you going to work on that?
So if I can answer, we know certain skills are useful, like as a cashier or a retail worker, you need certain skills to do those jobs. I know that. And we are not filling those roles. Like workers, if they have a certain skill in our app, in our website, we can link them with a percentage, like 80% matching with this role and 90% matching with those roles. If they have cashier roles, if they know cashier things like POS system, they know how exactly that works, merchandising, they know how exactly that works, then we can connect them. It's not totally like we're just putting people out there, okay, you can go there. No, it's not like that. We have workers, if they have a certain skill which matching with the employers, then we are gonna connect them. Other than that, certain roles like stocking and stuff doesn't need any skills. I feel like those roles can be filled easily. Yeah.
So I highly recommend that. I know that the student side you have surveyed, and of course they will have interest on this. Make sure you go speak with these managers and business owners to see if you find a different answer.
That's time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so now we're gonna have a 15-minute break. We're gonna have coffee, tea, probably cookies outside too, so some cookies outside. We're gonna call you back whenever we're ready for the next round. So around 15 minutes, and we'll be right back. I'm okay. Thank you. I'm just waiting for the last judge, and then we're going to get things going. All right, so welcome back, everyone. Before we continue, I'd like to invite Ryan Reed to share a few words on behalf of UNB's International Business and Entrepreneurship Center, one of our sponsors.
Thanks, Igor. Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here at the RBC Pitch Competition with the faculty and management. We organize the Apex Startup Challenge every January, so it's nice to be here, sitting, relaxing, watching the pitches instead of being in your shoes, running around and making sure things run on time. So always great to be here. I just really want to quickly talk about the Fraser Student Venture Fund. It's a pre-seed venture fund here at UNB. It's been around for 5 years, and it's open to all students, all faculty, all staff, and all alumni. And it's a $1 million fund. We've made about $500,000 in investments over the past 5 years. We've done 13 investments in 12 companies coming out of the UNB ecosystem. So it's a great opportunity for students that we've invested in, particularly coming out of engineering program. We've got faculty members we've invested in and alumni. So it's a great opportunity for our UNB community to take a company to the next level. So there's information on the website for the Fraser Funds, unb.ca/Fraser, and I'll be here for a little bit this morning. So happy to chat with anyone about that program. So thanks so much, and good luck with the rest of the pitches. Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan. All right, to start this next round, please welcome Ozone Hockey. You're going to have 3 minutes. Whenever you have 1 minute left, I'm going to raise this red card. Please use one of the microphones, either the podium or one of the handhelds.
Just start whenever?
Whenever you're ready,
Okay.
I'll start my
Okay. Hello, everyone. Even at the highest level, ice hockey is one of the most dynamic sports in the world, and these players need to consistently work on their shooting and passing skills, but they struggle to simulate real-world, high-pressure, quick-decision environments within their training. Ice hockey is a $38 billion global industry, and while sticks have gotten lighter and skates have gotten faster, hockey's training aids have stayed stationary. Players still shoot at plastic targets and rebound off rubber blocks, but in a sport decided by inches and milliseconds, this isn't enough. Players need a better tool to help them train on their own. I'm Nathaniel Dryden, and along with my team of engineers and lifelong hockey fans, we are Ozone Hockey, creating the next generation of elite game-like hockey training aids. Other sports have already fixed this problem. Baseball has robotic pitchers, golf has data-driven simulators that you can practice 24/7, but hockey has nothing similar, until now. Introducing the primary assist puck passing instrument, aka the PAPI. PAPI isn't just another rebounder, it's a robotic Turk-style teammate that can pass to you where and when on the ice. PAPI tracks the athlete's movement in real time and delivers game-like passes up to 80 miles per hour. Whether you're practicing a one-timer from the circle or a breakout pass from your zone, PAPI creates a predictable environment that you can train consistently when and where you need it without the help of coaches and players.
So we've already validated this with over 20 industry professionals, from professional scouts to minor hockey associations. They're all saying the same thing. They need analytics. Our wow factor is not just our hardware, but our software brain behind everything. Our business model is based off of hardware subscriptions and software with high margins. Our hardware unit is sold at $6,899, but the real motor, engine behind everything, is the $100 subscription for per month, per player basis. We are starting here in Atlanta, Canada, where we already have backing from champions like Colton Commander, who is the captain of the UNB Reds and co-founder of Upfront Sports Development.
$100
Completely lost.
a month per player?
Yeah, $100 per month per player. We've already had backing from Colton. It's been a great help to us. I'm sorry, guys. Just completely blank.
What is your business model?
Well, our business model is based off the hardware subscriptions. We're building our, currently right now, we have our prototype that we are finalizing, and we are beginning on-ice trials this summer with elite development groups. We're building our prototype. We're building our prototype to be the next standard of hockey training. We hope everybody here would like to join us in redefining the way that the next generation players train. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Do you want to run me a little bit more on how the technology works, like the software component and then the actual hardware? Are we talking about like a physical full player, or is it kind of like a simulator like you would do at golf?
Yeah, so it's a turret-style puck passer, so it will be placed in the hockey zone, and it will swivel on its own axis. Using UWB tracking, it will be able to track the player anywhere on the ice, so there will be 2 tracking anchors, a suction to the boards on the ice. the player will wear a tracking anchor itself, and then the unit will have one. That will give us an on-ice coordinate system. So it will swivel to the player, pass the puck. Player will run a drill, go around the ice. It will swivel, pass the puck again. So it's a swiveling style turret passer backed by UWB tracking.
And your customer, would it be the player itself, or are we talking about teams or the ice rinks themselves to offer it when you go and practice? What are your targets, or are you trying to do them all?
So we've identified 5 main targets, customers. So we have arenas, associations, coaches, high-level hockey players, and hockey development camps. Initially, to break into the market, we're looking to target the high-level hockey players, high-level teams in hockey development camps, as we see that they will get the most benefit from our product right away. So those are what we're defining as our key user champions. We've established great connections already, like we mentioned with Colt and Palmer. He is not only a high-level hockey player, he's also a volunteer coach, and he runs his own hockey development camp. So those are our ideal customers to kind of give us this traction, get us into the market where we can then expand into arenas, associations, and then target those high-level hockey players.
And one last question from me. How do you get to your pricing? How far are you with the prototype that you're comfortable with the $100 per player?
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, that's something we're really working on, and we're planning to run a trial phase with some customers. That will really help us solidify our pricing model. Right now it is $100 per player per unit, but as customer validation comes in, that's when we're going to kind of develop them more. We've got that based off of other dynamic trainers within other major sports. They kind of run around the same pricing range. But so that's kind of, it's set for that for now, but we're going to develop it as we validate with our customers.
Thank you for the presentation. Can you please talk more about where you will be manufacturing this unit, and have you figured out the supply chain things?
Yeah, so initially we'll be manufacturing here in Canada. We plan to do 200 units in the Canadian region. That's when we're kind of selling to the Canadian region. And then we plan to take it overseas to drop our manufacturing costs and create a higher margin.
And do you think that 6899 price point is good, or you're charging way less, or is there any chance to go a little bit up to stay competitive in the market, or taking the considering the premium pricing also?
Yeah, for sure. Like I mentioned, our pricing structure is going to be modified during our customer validation section, but looking at other major sports, the 6899 brings us much lower than what other major sports are selling their units at. But what we find our really revenue driving system will be that subscription model. So we want our foot in the door with the hardware, but where we're going to really gain our money is with the subscription model.
Last question. So when we have hardware piece, let's say there is a downtime, machine is not working, so how quickly you guys can fix, and what is the arrangement if you can't fix within few hours? Can you provide the new machine?
Yeah, so exactly. So that's why we're really targeting on an Atlantic Canada push out, because we want to be there, we want to be present, and we want to be there just for, like you said, for technical support as quick as possible. So if it would be down for more than a couple hours, we would have the units on standby. It's really easy to set them up, roll them up. It takes about 3 minutes to get it back rolling on the ice, and they can run drills.
Thank you.
Yeah, can you talk a little bit more about the analytics component?
Yeah, so the analytics will be driven based off of acceleration, cornering time, top speed, and then drill completion time. So that's where we're really going to drive home our data. Drill completion time is a big one. Nothing like that is on the market right now. And if you have the unit set up for years or even a whole season of practice, you can see a player is running this drill consistently every practice. And at the beginning of the year, they took 2 minutes to run it, but by the end of the year, it's 1.5 minutes. That's something that scouts and coaches really want to see, that they're getting these measurable progressions. And then with top speed and acceleration, like they're getting quicker, they're getting faster.
So what technology would you use to track the player?
It would be through our UWB tracking as well.
And is that a monthly subscription?
Yeah, so we're running it per player per month. That's targeted more towards the hockey development camps and the higher level hockey players. If we were to sell it to a high level hockey team, let's say, we have adjustment for per team per year, which is roughly $2,400. Again, due to customer validation, that price may change, but we just look at that as it's easier to get into the teams if you offer them a yearly rate, because they can funnel that down into their, like the parents can pay for that or the players can pay for that, and it would make them feel like they're getting more of a discounted rate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good. All right, so now please welcome Mod Squad.
Yep. Oh, there we go. All right. Okay.
Morning, everyone. Imagine this. You're live in front of thousands of viewers playing your favorite video game. You go for another round and just happen to meet John, who unfortunately dropped an extremely inappropriate word right on your live stream. And your audience, sponsors, and every future viewer of that stream had just heard it. At that moment, you have zero control. And that is the reality creators have to face every single day. Content creation is a booming business. YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, whatever you name it, has turned this hobby into a career for millions of people. But here's the problem. Creators are responsible for every single word broadcast on their channel, even words that aren't theirs. So with just one slur flipping through can mean the drop of sponsors, demonetization, and a damaged community. And the options aren't great for them either. You either have to spend hours manually editing, hire editors that you might not be able to afford, or just hope for the best. And if you're live streaming, good luck. There's basically nothing out there that works. That is why we built Mod Squad. Mod Squad is an automated language control tool that does two things. First, upload any video and get back a moderated version automatically. And second, and this is the big one, Mod Squad works directly with live streaming softwares to moderate audio in real time. So just with seconds of delay, harmful language get caught before it ever reaches your audience. And on top of bleeping and muting, Mod Squad uses AI voices to replace flag words with safer alternatives. Mod Squad is completely plug and play. Just drop it into your workflow and you're good to go.
Thank you, An. So who's our product really for? Our customers are content creators of all levels and any organization doing live broadcasts. Think award ceremonies, esports tournaments, concert streams, or even political debates. These are major events sponsored by major sponsors that, due to one uncontrolled moment, could lose $1 million partnership. That makes this a very lucrative market that has yet to utilize automation, and Mod Squad is here to bridge that gap. The question now lies in how long till our product hits the shelves? How long till it escapes that ideation stage? Well, good news, it's already out there. We have a working prototype that can do video processing, and from the stats that we received, it's not even just at the level of a concept, but rather the chosen AI model that we have is shown to be 2.5 times more accurate at identifying human words than any other AI model on the market. In testing, we have been able to identify that it can moderate and identify 90% of the things it needs to solve in videos. And additionally, it has a false detection rate of only 2.5%, meaning 97.5% of the time it can identify false detections properly, false negatives properly. Finally, it is the only app of its kind on the market that combines these features and provides them in a convenient and intuitive package. And to conclude, we'd like to say to all the creators out there, go ahead, make the content that you want the way you like it, and leave the security to us. Mod Squad's got your back.
So essentially, your software sits between OBS and the live stream. Like whatever software we're using to live stream, it plugs into Mod Squad, and then Mod Squad further uploads to YouTube, Twitch, whatever, right? At what are the limitations? Can it stream, if the streamer is using 4K 60 FPS video, can you do it real time enough for this to be run through your AI models, detect all the bad words, replace them with safe words, and then upload it real time?
Yes, of course. Our functional requirements, thank you for the beautiful question. Our functional requirements stated that we wanted to have a overhead time as low as possible, making it within an acceptable distance of maybe around 15 seconds or more or so over the runtime, the video itself, thus meaning that we're also going to leverage the capability of the user's computer itself, thus meaning that it's going to be as good as the user's computer allows it to be. But additionally, on our side, we'll try to make it as efficient and as quick as possible at doing the exact job. Will it be within a real achievable time and real time always? The goal is yes, and we're in production right now. Our prototype also gives the same answer to us.
So does it run on the user's computer, or does it run on on the cloud?
The user's computer.
So what are the minimum system requirements?
The minimum system requirements that we have right now is any Intel chip from the last 5 to 10 years, anything in the 6 to 10 gen region, and GPU wise, most graphics cards, I would say even from the NVIDIA 1070, 1000 region to the 5000 region is perfectly functional for our device.
Sorry. This is ensuring a safety net for branding.
Yes.
Is there other competition? And how does this differ from the competition? And how are you going to market this? And what is the cost?
So I'm going to answer the competition part first for your question. So right now, yes, there are a number of web applications that do video censoring, something like Opus Clip, Beepify, but the problem is that it only does the video processes and not real time. And there also is a product out there that does real time, but is an open source, one-person software plugin that is a really good proof of concept that we are sort of using to gauge how effective it would be as a real product. But right now, there is nothing in the market out there that combines both and also introduces the AI voices that replaces flag words.
When it comes to pricing, our pricing plan follows a plan that reaches out to both creators and content houses. Basically, we want to appeal. Our main goal is to try and give the power of branding into the hands of the creators themselves. And so we have a $10 standard tier that we decided on, and $30 a pro tier that gives more bigger content creators with more resources, more working time, more capability to be able to work with our software. We're just trying to keep our app as open as possible and reach out to the common denominator of both sides.
And then for the market part, it's exciting, but we are trying to reach for all of the content creator out there. For the video processing, it might be more interested. Mid to low tier content creators might be more interested because it's sort of a cheap way to add moderation to your video automatically. But for the real time, there is no mainstream application out there that creators can use. So we'd like to enter ourselves in that market. And this works for big content creators too, because there is no consistent and reliable application right now for real-time censoring.
Thank you. How far are you in the customer validation process? Who have you talked to?
So as of right now, we've had multiple close friends of ours work with us on this. We've also had some actual user champions give us this view. We've been working with one since the beginning of the ideation stage for our app and coming up with the ideas. In fact, the pricing itself has been developed based on what our user champion has given us as an input. So that's why it seems at such a user-friendly level, because we're trying to reach both our user champion and the potential market out there. And as such, every single step that we're doing is based on this user champion that we have. And of course, when we get to a certain stage, which is our beta, which will have the real-time functioning and some more functions added on as well, we are planning to go in a closed release so that we'll get more information from an actual customer base for ourselves. Thank you. Thank you very much for your questions.
All right, so now please welcome Service Flow. Can you use either this one or the handhelds? And I'm going to raise this red flag whenever you have 1 minute left.
Sounds good. Good whenever.
Sorry?
It's good whenever.
So imagine you're working for a social service organization and you just finished your shift working with a youth client. You have to write your report and inside submit your mileages, expenses, and associated receipts. And then, again, later that week, you have to resubmit this mileage and expense into a separate expense form to be sent to HR and processed for payroll. And they spend 36 hours a week processing these expense sheets and submitting them into their software for reimbursements. This is not only inconvenient, but it's expensive and it's expensive. And so the issue is in these social service organization workflows is there's no single software that handles their workflows. It's several disconnected softwares that have to have expensive employee hours spent bridging these gaps with duplicated data entry and disconnected information. There's no consistency across the systems, and this leads to fragile workflows. Currently, with one of the organizations I'm working with locally for developing my product, they process 250 receipts every single week. Of them, 30% have issues, either not submitted or they're just missing, or they're the wrong receipt, some form of issue. And it's 36 hours is spent processing reimbursements every single week due to that. And so the proposed solution for this is Service Flow. And with that, everything from working with the client, when you work with the client and you make a report associated to it, the client and service, you highlight your mileage and expenses, and then that's automatically pulled and put together all in one place to be approved. It's all easily auditable as the expenses and reimbursements are all handled in the same software where the reports are. You can immediately go find out to verify where these expenses came from and why they were made and put that together. And with Service Flow, this is a unified workflow from service to payout model that puts everything together, is auditable, and everything's accounted for. The current competition in this market is existing, but it only handles one part of the workflow. There's employee management and scheduling, there's payroll software, there's client management and reporting, but nothing puts it together, and that's where Service Flow comes in and solves that issue. Was there any questions?
Thank you for the pitch. Can you please talk about if you have done any customer discovery, if you have talked to any customers or not, and what was the response?
Yeah, so I'll be going for a B2B model, and I've been working with organizations locally. Beyond Behavioral Intervention is one organization I've been working with here in Fredericton, and also Capital Family Services.
And this would only handle the report and expense reporting. It will not reimburse the money also, correct?
This model will be a single software solution. It will handle expense management. It'll automatically put this together for payroll, and it will also be handling payroll through external APIs for delivering the direct deposit. This will be the one software social services organizations need to manage their workflows and operate.
So this solution would be replaced by the existing system they are using. That's what you are planning to.
Yes, so we would provide migration services, and so like the 6 softwares that are currently being used that they're paying subscriptions for, and it will be replaced with a single software Service Flow.
Last question, can you please talk about the pricing point?
Pricing point, so there will be a migration fee for handling migration assistance, training services, and then once you're set up with the software, there's going to be a flat monthly rate as well as like $80 a month, and then on top of that, a per employee fee additionally, so $4 to $7. It's not yet finalized, and in the product's early stages, it'll probably be offered at a lower rate just to be able to get feedback from customers and put together data for later versions of the product.
Thank you.
What would be your process for implementing this with a new organization? Will you migrate the current data that they have with the other products that they're using, other software, to make sure that everything passes over?
Upon enlistment of service flow, we will have a migration team that would be there to work with HR and the social service organization we're working with, and together the service flow team will migrate this data, and in this migration period, their existing systems will be still being used, and very, very quickly it will be able to be managed to, like, a day or two for migrating their existing data over to service flow.
And right now, are you only focused on social services type organizations? Do you have any plan to expand elsewhere, industry-wise?
So initially, right now, I'm developing my MVP with BBI, and once that's finalized, the product's going to be abstracted a little bit. It'll require minor tweaks, and then it'll be abstracted enough to be able to be compatible with any social service organization. And from there, with further abstraction, carefully, it will be administratable for any organization that has several employees working with several clients, that involves thorough reporting, that needs very quickly auditable information, and manages heavy expense processing. That's what this product will be viable for after it's further abstracted in later versions.
Thank you.
There have been some significant concerns with other payroll systems like Phoenix and Fusion on a different scale. Have you investigated those challenges, and what would you do to avoid them?
Sorry, in terms of competition with those products, or? So for competition with existing payroll services, there's nothing that really handles the auditability of expenses and such to associate with clients, because there is great software right now for for payroll for employees, but nothing really connects employees and employee reporting to these expenses, and that's where Service Flow steps in to bridge that gap.
One more very quick. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good. All right, now please welcome Felt Frame. You can choose either the podium mic or handheld, and I'll raise this one whenever you have 1 minute left.
Hello, this one's. Hello.
Testing.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready.
Think about the last time you walked into a cafe, a gym, or a campus building, and you saw a big screen on the wall. How many of you actually paid attention to what was on the screen? Most of us don't, because it's slides that someone posted a month ago, or it's a menu, or weather, or it's all words. It's all boring. But at the same time, we have like really amazing events happening around us all the time. We have student club activities, we have networking events, workshops, even this pitch competition. Most of us don't find out about it until it's already over, and somebody posts a picture saying, "Hey, look what I did yesterday." So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a strange situation. We have community that is full of stories, and we have places that are full of screens, but these two rarely connect. This is where felt frame, it's actually frame, sorry, not flame. This is where felt frame comes into the picture. We have students, thousands of newcomers and tourists that are looking for something to do every day in the city, and they have to scavenge through social media posts, and they have to see the right post at the right time, and it's tedious. It's tedious to plan something with your friends, right? On the other hand, we have small business owners who are so hardworking. They wear multiple hats at the same time. They're the manager, they're the marketer, they're the cashier. Sometimes they're even the cleaner. And they don't have the time or the energy or even the resources to actually connect to the people of their community. Our business model is simple. We are a monthly subscription service. Small business owners can connect to us and buy our plans, and there are different tier levels, of course. Felt Frame uses simple AI and automation, and it can turn simple inputs like a photo or an existing Facebook post or just word prompts, and it can turn this into real life emotional stories. Let me give you an example. Last week we had a really warm, sunny, beautiful weather that everybody wanted to be outside after 4 months inside the house of winter, and it's depressing. Now imagine there was a run club that decided to do a spontaneous 5K run, right? Most of us would not find out about it. Yeah, they might post on their Instagram, but how many of us are actually gonna see it? So if we had something, if they took a picture or they generated like a short 5-second video and it showed up on all the screens in the city, how many of us would actually go for this running activity? I know I would. I know you would. And that's exactly the kind of thing this city needs. This city needs this kind of connection. Ladies and gentlemen, Felt Frame, it's not just a photo. It's not just a video. It's actually a feeling. Thank you. Open to any questions. Thank you. Yeah.
Because people are searching on, various modes,
Yeah.
Facebook Marketplace or wherever, and sometimes you're absolutely right. You hear about different events that are, have happened that you say, oh, I would have loved to attend that. So
I know.
you have reached a gap. I'm curious to see about, how you're going to implement this. Where are you going to be posting all of these things so that we do get, sometimes if it's only one place or two places, you miss it. So how do you, what is your approach to getting it out there a little bit more?
So we're planning to create a sort of a digital network of within the city. So I'll give you an example of Fredericton. We'll have multiple screens on the UNB campus, maybe in Regent Mall, maybe somewhere downtown. And then we'll also have screens with our partners, like small cafes or bookstores. And I guess like somebody just walking by will see, it's kind of gonna be like a slide deck of all the events that's happening. Videos, it's not gonna be slides, it's gonna be videos or photos. And yeah, they're gonna be in screens all across any building that partners with us, hopefully UNB.
Awesome, thank you.
So it's a platform for advertisement and promotions, basically. But you mentioned that you could also turn words into stories. So is it also a service? Is it also a marketing service?
It's a SaaS platform. And I said words into stories. What I meant is like how you use Gen AI, you would give it a prompt. So let me give an example. Say a small cafe owner, not very well known. She just made a new recipe of like a lavender cloud matcha, and like, so she can take a picture of that matcha. She can put in a prompt of like, oh, it's a cozy fall day, and generate a video of a girl reading a book and drinking her matcha. That kind of word thing.
It is an interesting idea.
Thank you.
What are the possibilities, as you said, like, people are not noticing whatever billboards and screens are there. What are the possibilities that whatever advertisement, what you are putting up, they would notice that?
I guess it's the same as, the appeal of social media, of like how people curate this really beautiful life that they have. It's kind of like that, but more about like it's kind of like that. I think people would really connect to real stories instead of just a model posing with like some words and some slides. I guess people connect more about, hey, that's the walking bridge in Fredericton. Hey, I want to do what that person is doing, kind of thing.
Okay. And how it is different from existing LLM models we have?
I don't think there is a model like this, especially for advertising events real time. Like there's social media, but the algorithm really hides all these posts and you don't really end up seeing them. So I guess a real-time screen makes more sense.
So can you please explain more about it? Because real-time screen is in like, if I use flat frame, if I put any prompt, it generates the image. And
that's a good question. Okay, let me elaborate. I'm gonna give an example. Imagine I'm a user, I'm a cafe owner. It's a SaaS platform. I will take a picture. I will put it on the website, or I'll log in, I'll put it on the website. I'll put a prompt, I'll generate a video. Now, I might have a screen that is in UNB, and it will be powered by maybe like a Fire Stick or Google Chrome, and then whatever I post, when I click post on my laptop, it will show up on all this network of all the screens in Fredericton.
Okay. Last question. Did you have a question?
Yes, but go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah. A concern that I don't know if you can answer is two things, and if not, just take them as feedback to think about. One, how would this be different from these organizations just using advertising ads that are targeted to specific demographics so they find them? And the second thing is, what if you have too many inputs in one day for that one screen? How do you make sure their rotation and everyone gets the amount of viewers? Is it based on how much they paid, or how do you monetize it? I have a bunch of questions, but...
That's actually a great question. So what we thought about is we will have a tier level of maybe like a weekly, like a post shows up only for a week, or a post shows up for the entire month. And then based on how many posts we have, I guess if we have like 100, that's really not feasible, because that would take a while to show all these 100 posts. We can just rotate. We don't have to show every single post every single time. I guess it would have to do with money. That's a good thing to think about.
So back to what Ori's saying, are you going to be able to filter? Because there are some things, like on Facebook, for example, there are community parties for somebody's bridal shower, or, so how are you going to filter to meet the mass audience?
If it's somebody's did you say a birthday party? If it's somebody's birthday party, I don't think they would pay for a subscription service of $300 a month if they want to advertise it. It would mostly be for businesses that have events at all times. For example, the CAP that has open mics every Tuesday. Something like that.
I think looking into how can you differentiate yourself from advertising ads will be key, because businesses already have that budget there to be able to be found. So you need to find that differentiation a bit more clearly.
Okay.
I do agree with Ori, but what I've found living in this city is that it's a bit discombobulated. So you have information in one area, information in another area, and you're not really sure where to go. And sometimes it's not presented in a really easily understandable way. If you're wanting to find information about the events happening through the city, like the Under the Stars movies, it can be difficult to navigate.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I guess as a UNB student, I find out about UNB events on Instagram, but then if it's something in Fredericton that's happening somewhere, I have to go on Facebook. Sometimes it's not even on Facebook, it's some poster stuck on some wall. It's difficult.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, so it's time to hear from another one of our sponsors, FCNB, represented here by their Director of Insurance and former President of UNB Associated Alumni Council, Jennifer Sutherland Green.
Good morning. As the province's financial and consumer services regulator, the Commission is dedicated to protecting the public's interest, enhancing market confidence, and promoting understanding of financial and consumer services that New Brunswickers rely on every day. We administer and enforce legislation across a wide range of sectors, including securities, insurance, unclaimed property, payday loans, real estate, mortgage brokers, pensions, credit unions, and more. Our purpose is to give New Brunswickers confidence in their financial lives. We achieve this through effective regulation, enforcement, and providing practical, trustworthy information that helps people make informed decisions in a complex and constantly changing financial landscape. That landscape has changed a great deal just in the past year. Today's students are navigating economic uncertainty, rapid technological change, and new expectations around innovations, ethics, and sustainability. Many of you are thinking not only about how to launch an idea, but how to build something resilient that can stand up to real-world pressures, earn trust, and create value over time. That's what makes events like this so important. The Commission is proud to be a founding sponsor of the UNB's Student Pitch Competition. This competition is about much more than a single pitch. It's about learning how to test ideas, communicate clearly, respond to tough questions, and think critically about risk, opportunity, and impact. All skills that matter whether you go on to start a business, work in the financial sector, or lead in your community. Entrepreneurship today isn't just about innovation for innovation's sake. It is understanding your customer, managing risk, using technology responsibly, and building trust. Those same principles sit at the core of effective financial decision-making and their values we work to promote every day at the Commission. On a personal note, as past president of UNB's Associated Alumni and a current member of the UNB Board of Governors, it is especially meaningful for me to see the talent, creativity, and determination on display here today. The ideas we'll hear reflect the energy and problem-solving spirit that drive New Brunswickers forward. To all the students participating, congratulations on getting to this stage. Preparing a pitch takes courage, discipline, and a willingness to put your ideas out into the world. Regardless of today's outcome, that experience will serve you well long after this competition ends. Wish you all the very best of luck, and I look forward to seeing your ideas come to life.
Thank you, Jennifer. So we're going to have another short break now, 10 minutes, just an opportunity to grab a coffee, some water, go to the washroom, and we'll be back for the last part of the morning with the ideas category. So we'll see you in about 10 minutes. We're going to call you back. So. All right, so this is going to be the last stretch before the lunch break. And we're going to start with Dusk. So please welcome Dusk. So yeah, for our AV folks up there, if you, thank you. Yeah, you guys are fast. All right. So I guess you know the drill by now. So you can either use this one. Yeah, you can use this one too. So just turn it on there.
So
prior
to beginning, I just wanted to lay out some documents. Here's my provisional patent. Here, this is Exhibit A. And here's my market studies, if you would like to refer to them at any point in time. Yeah. These. Here you go. Yeah. Okay. It's so nice to see so many familiar faces around here. Dr. Shukla, it's nice to see you here. I'm here to present to you Dusk Brightness. But before I do, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that a consumer today cannot do without buying even a light bulb without a computer inside of it. So nowadays we have more light bulbs with a computer inside, and it's easier to purchase like a smart LED bulb than it is to buy something that is not smart. So something as rudimentary as a light bulb is not spared from a computer. However, this is a double-edged sword because it allows a generic commodity such as a light bulb to, in a very sort of dead market, to be turned into a desirable product, which can be, in an industry which is about to reach $600 billion by 2030, with a CAGR or compound annual growth rate of 25%. However, this technology uses rare earth metals by the boatloads, and it's not exactly sustainable, so to speak. These ready-to-buy Philips Hue bulbs or their derivatives take roughly 25,000 hours to dye, and they present, if you retrofit a house with 50 of these LED bulbs, and in 50 of these LED bulbs, the TCO comes to around $14,000. Sorry, yeah, $14,000, and our solution is designed to reduce that total cost of ownership to $6,300 over a 30-year use period. How do we do this? First of all, you segment your product. So you have your compute module, and you have an interconnect and a filament below that, so that you can have this replacement cartridge. And we have patented this in our provisional patent, and we are aiming to patent it here in Canada as well. It's a one-man team so far. It allows us to sequester any component that is prone to failure into its own compartment. And we sell the cartridges, and we sequester the market in a way that only we have this sort of competitive advantage. Moreover, European Commission is cracking down on companies like Königliche Philips or Royal Philips. Commonwealth follows, like Commonwealth realm countries will follow the European Commission as per usual. And these companies will slowly lose their competitive advantage of being a juggernaut. Also, they're very heavy in terms of the number of employees that they have. We rely on DFM, design for manufacturability principles. We rely on lean manufacturing principles. Before being a product designer, I'm a product user, so I know what I want and I know what people want. I've pitched these ideas at IIT Delhi. I've pitched them in multiple universities in India. I have significant connections throughout the battery industry, throughout PCB manufacturing, and I have people who are ready to vouch for my idea here in Canada as well. So, all in all, being sustainable makes strong financial sense as well. Companies which do not comply with European Commission will fail, and TÜV Rheinland and testing agencies will slowly discard them. So it's either comply or die, and sustainability is the name of the game. Yeah, thank you.
So if I understand this correctly, you're going to replace a light bulb with an IoT component with which you can just swap out the filament part of the bulb, like cartridges, right?
Exactly, but we have also integrated a thermal, we have added a lot of value addition in terms of the thermal backplane and preventing any sort of thermal runaway to reach the compute modules. the Philips Hues fail within like 2.5 years. Our solution requires 1 replacement in 20 years. And this is on the basis of active we have a vapor chamber cooling system that actively dissipates the heat away from these compute modules and prevent them from failing prematurely. They make up for 90% of your bill of materials. As a component designer, you need to take all of these into account. And these generate toxic e-waste, imagine 21 kilograms of toxic e-waste coming from just LED bulbs, that to Philips, and you need to replace them thrice in a 30-year period. Ours requires 1 replacement in 30 years.
Thank you for the presentation. So what are the price point? Because if I'm replacing, one bulb in 20 or 30 years, what's there in for you?
I think, and as far as our product segment is, I completely understand where you're coming from, but we have a suite of 70 plus ideas we can iterate on. It's not just a single, we will be doing things in the next coming years. So it's not just one single product, it's an entire ecosystem which we're trying to iterate upon. It starts with one product, of course, but we're going to be working on future products that interconnect with each other. Yeah.
And I think you are competing directly with the Philips and all the big players. So as being, you're being new, what are the barrier to entry points? Because if you launch something and if they are doing, Philips and all the big players are already there in the market, they could use your technology or copy it or tweak or modify it.
There's a reason why we are focusing so much on manufacturability, lowering down our prices here. Lowering down our costs here so that we can integrate as many guardrails in terms of your regulatory practices, being in line with these, with most countries. If you're in line with your electrical code is in line in Germany, it's in line in all of Europe. So once you comply and you put in individual patent applications across most of the developed world, you will be able to navigate these hurdles. And Philips would, and moreover, our platform is proprietary and it's protected. So any company, regardless of their size, even if they try to overpower us, they are too financially heavy in terms of their employee size, in terms of their product base, that they will make it financially inviable for them to migrate away from their existing platform. So ours is a platform that's novel to us. We design a corporation according to that. A company like Philips cannot do that because they'll have to completely change Philips will have to change who Philips is if they want to comply to our standards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay.
So just to clarify, you are the only one doing this type of technology at the moment?
In this current instance, yes. And to the level of refinement that I would hold it to, yes.
And what's your marketing strategy?
Our marketing strategy revolves around majorly towards small-time creators, considering this is basically a one-man operation. Moreover, you have online digital marketing is fairly easy to navigate for most companies, and they can get their word out. But we are trying to make the best product, and marketing is an aspect, but we want to delegate our budget towards creating better product rather than purely marketing, so to speak. So to answer your question, if you have a pie chart, we are not going to be putting more than 10% of our total available yearly assets towards marketing, so to speak.
And are you connected with the business ecosystem in Fredericton to help you with next steps?
Surprisingly, yeah, I have a solid number of people I can fall back upon regarding this, and I have taken industry feedback from people in Canada, be it in Montreal, companies, and even back home more than anything else. People who have actually started their own companies back home and made a solid go of it. Yeah, they have approved of my design, and I have written testimonials to back it up, and a whole bunch of market studies to reinforce that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just curious. Oh, sorry. When we talk about your competitors not being able to develop what you're doing right now, wouldn't they also become partners if you're working with manufacturers that are providing those products? Or not necessarily? I don't know if I'm understanding that right.
the IoT ecosystem is extremely fragmented. You have 3 main companies which don't like to work with each other. So it is unlikely to assume that they would be willing to partner off the bat, but like I believe once you're able to establish market superiority, if it's genuinely a better product, I think they will comply. But you can always create a consortium of smaller companies to, in order to counteract this. Yeah.
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just while the judges finish their scoring there, just to confirm, Campus, the team Campus, is not here yet. All right, so I'm gonna call Spark next if they are around. Okay, I'll be with you in just 1 minute. Just let them finish there. Thanks. Oh, good. All right, judges, so now we're going to go to Spark, just so you know. I think I'm pronouncing it right, I hope. Folks up there. Yeah, all right, so please welcome Spark. You can use either this one or a handheld. And whenever you have 1 minute left, I'm going to raise this red card. This red card.
Great.
So whenever you're ready, you can start.
Okay. Test.
Turn it on.
Yeah. Test. Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Massa, and I'm the founder of Spark. Spark is a sustainable beauty venture that I founded, and it aims to redesign how cosmetics are consumed, starting with the eyeshadow palette. As we know, eyeshadow palettes usually come with 10 to 15 shades, and we only realistically end up using 3 to 4. The rest goes to the trash. This happening all over the world is what drives 120 billion cosmetic packages into landfills every single year. And that's not because consumers don't care. It's because the system is built on buy, use, and throw away. Spark aims to break this cycle. Spark is made to be a durable palette that you buy once, and each shade is stored in a metal pan. And this pan clicks to place using a magnetic mechanism. That way, if you run out of a color, you just buy that shade back and you refill it. Also, at the end of use, when you do run out of the shade that you have, you either get to recycle it locally or you get to send it back to us, where we take it back in, clean it, and put it back into system. So we circulate it back into the company and we integrate it back into our products, and that's how we design waste out. Sustainability is also integrated into Spark through our logistics. So the Spark pallets and refilled pans are made to be under 100 grams and are designed to fit the Canada Post oversized letter post. So basically, our products can be mailed to consumers. That would basically cost us a quarter of shipping and decreases our emissions massively. So we decrease the carbon dioxide emissions that are associated with shipping our product. Spark is for consumers who are eco-conscious, and it targets our consumers who are of the ages 16 to 35. And these are consumers who want to be sustainable, but do not want to compromise on convenience, performance, and aesthetic. Spark is leading the cosmetic industry in this type of design, and it's the first of its kind to be sustainable and produce the lowest amount of waste with sustainability in mind and with the planet in mind. And we measure our impact using the UN Sustainability and Development Goals 11, 12, and 13. And Spark aligns directly with these, dealing with sustainable production, sustainable communities, and addressing the climate action issues. Spark is just one planet with one palette with infinite refills. Thank you.
Right. So what's the pricing model? Do you follow the Gillette pricing model where the first one is cheap and then the next few cartridges are more expensive?
Yeah, so basically the palette is designed to be cheaper than the average palettes. So right now, if you would buy any makeup palette, it would be around $40 to $30 depending on quality. And Spark is made to be sold at $20. So that's way cheaper. And our model also follows repeat purchases. So the pans are made to be cheap, but you do keep buying them again and again.
Any thought to using organic materials? I know that's become a big market. Also, what is your competition?
So currently there aren't any direct competitors. This is a design that I've innovated and designed. So we spent a lot of time on kind of working on the R&D of it. But right now there's no any direct competitors that use any technology similar to it or any process similar to it. For the palette, we're not using any organic as in like biodegradable. However, we do use recycled PPE. So it's kind of like a recycled kind of plastic, and the production will be injection molding. So that way it's kind of a durable plastic, and it's made of a material that is safe. So it's non-porous. It's also, it's supposed to last and stay sanitary for prolonged use.
But are you also putting the makeup inside the compartments? Is that your
Yeah,
role
so
as
basically the palette is going to be made out of recycled plastic, and the pans are made out of cosmetic grade steel. And basically that steel just plops inside the palette using magnets. So the palette's gonna have magnets embedded into it, and the pan just clicks into place.
Okay, and have you found a partner that's going to be making the product, like the makeup, the eyeshadow, or?
Not yet. So our main plan was not producing the formulas for us. It was kind of taking that design, patenting it, licensing it, and then selling license for partners.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, following up to that, because I wanted to talk about the same things. In your pitch, you focus more on the individual consumer. So me, for example, having your product from another brand, and then I'm able to order different parts of it. So I don't know if it's just for us to be able to understand it, or if that's actually what you're targeting, because based on now the answer that you're giving Ashley, it's more based on the supplier. So I just want to get a little bit more clarity on, like, for example, having a partner like CoverGirl, let's say, and then they're the ones that are using now your type of design product. And then if I'm a CoverGirl customer and then I want now the new shade, I just go through them because you are providing the metal parts and the, yes? Am I getting that correct?
Yes.
Okay, all right. How would your pricing work with them? Are you looking at like pricing per scale?
Kind of, yeah,
like
with
economics
that
and
process.
scale? Okay. I think it's a very interesting idea. I think that there's opportunities there for sure. What is happening with the prototype so far? Have you been able to test it in any way, or are you in just design mode right now?
So we have made multiple different prototype design iterations, and we're very close to an MVP right now.
Okay.
But we haven't really reached like any manufacturing or like like scaled to produce it in batches. We're kind of just working on the main design, and we actually have we're working on an MVP soon to kind of release to our first group of beta testers. So we do have like a prototype, and we have a plan on kind of producing an MVP that we could like test out with our first batch.
So are your materials mainly in Canada, or do you have materials from outside of Canada?
Canada.
Canada. Yeah. And for your prototyping right now and your beta testing, essentially, where are you going to manufacture those?
It was kind of going to be first as us kind of manufacturing it, and then just getting, we're going to collaborate with like a local makeup beauty supplier and integrate that into our design to test. And we're in the process of reaching out to partners to kind of see what kind of partners or collaborations we could do to kind of implement that into our first group.
All right, do you have a question? Yeah, you go ahead.
Yeah, it is kind of interesting idea. So as we are dealing with human contact, and do we need any licensing, or would there be any side effects if I'm reusing it, or like girls are reusing it?
Nope, there wouldn't be any side effects. It's kind of just the base palette, and the only contact you would have is with the makeup pan. So you use that, you run out, you either recycle the pan that's empty, or you send it back to us and we send you a new one that you use. So you're not reusing any like material for a really long time. You just use that product until you run out of it, and then you get a refill. Does that answer the question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's time for questions. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
While the judges complete the scores there, just a reminder to everyone and the students outside, you cannot use the rooms to prepare, just the hallways and open spaces, because the rooms are booked for other events. So just please don't use those rooms to prepare for your presentations. Thank you. No good? All right, so we're gonna go to Modulus now. All right, so next up, please welcome Modulus Power Solutions. So 3 minutes, you can use either this one or one of the handhelds, just make sure they're on, pushing up there. Whenever you have 1 minute left, I'm gonna raise the red card.
Test.
Whenever you're ready.
All right, imagine you are a business owner and you get your power bill for the month, and just a few minutes of high energy demand usage costs thousands of dollars. So for a lot of commercial buildings, demand charges can be anywhere from 30 to 70% of your energy bill. So we're going to be building a battery backup system that also employs peak shaving. So our peak shaving is going to monitor the building's energy usage in real time, and then we are going to deploy the stored battery energy, and we're going to cut those peaks so that it will reduce your overall peak demand charges, and the battery backup system will also be available in case of outages due to aging infrastructure from the grid or from any kind of extreme weather events.
So currently on the market, there are kind of three distinct areas where you can operate this kind of peak shaving and battery backup technology. The first is residential. That's mainly dominated by solutions like the Tesla Powerwall. And then you get into the commercial and industrial space. The larger industrial spaces are mainly dominated by companies like Schneider, but they offer solutions with a very large footprint. Their modules are typically the size of around a small shipping container. We realize there's a gap in this market, so we want to create a solution that uses a modular battery design and leading edge inverter and grid tie technology to take advantage of that gap in the market. We want to take a footprint no larger than just a few square meters with combined wall and floor space, so it could fit into, let's say, like an electrical closet or a supply closet in these commercial and small industrial spaces.
To implement this solution, we started by developing a battery simulation software. This uses real data to simulate our hardware and allow us to configure the modularity of it. We're also working to correlate this with real NB Power demand charges. We got this data from Climative, a local company that looks at building usage. And we got this with the help of Bruce Good, Fredericton's energy analyst. And that leads to our pilot project at Killarney Lodge. With the help of Bruce and the city, we are looking to, and for this short term, we have data from 7 other municipal buildings with interest from the city, and longer term, anything small commercial and above can use our technology.
And of course, we wanted to confirm financial viability beyond local, so we looked into the greater market. And with a $52.6 billion combined market cap and a 12.2% compound annual growth rate, we confirmed that we have a healthy competitive niche within the greater UPS and battery backup market. We plan to expand this into other local municipalities first and then move on further from there. We are Modulus Power Solutions. You can reach us at moduluspowersolutions.ca or contact us at our email, info@moduluspowersolutions.ca. Thank you very much for your time, and we plan to build a battery backup that pays for itself.
Thank you. As you said that you will be installing the first product at the Killarney Lodge, is it a beta testing or they are your first customer?
So it's a combined relationship where Killarney is purchasing the unit from us, but there is an agreement that they will be most likely paying for essentially just the material costs, and the value added back to us is we're going to have access to that unit for further testing.
And what are the pricing?
So the pricing is dependent on the customer. Every customer is going to have a different demand for their particular building, and they might need to peak shave more or back up more or less. So we try to aim to have a ROI for the value added on top of the battery system when compared to buying a generator that should return just over 2 years.
Good, thank you.
Thanks, guys, for the presentation. I have 2 questions. I'm not the best technical person, but I have experience with renewable energy side. So my first question is, how will your product be able to be used with solar panels or windmills? Like, will you be able to also use that apart from just the grid? And then the second one, explain to me how is it different from battery storage that you use with renewable energy projects?
Yeah, so to start with the solar power integration, that's a great question, and actually it ties in very well with our pilot project at Killarney as they have solar. So with our current solution, you don't tie the solar directly into our unit, but our unit can play side by side with other grid tie inverters. So we can actually customize our algorithm that runs on our unit so that we can charge our batteries around when the solar peaks happen for that building. To answer the question about how it's different than just traditional battery storage, like you would see in like your normal office UPS, is that ours not only just pulls power from the grid, but it also pushes power back to the grid. So there's times when there's peak grid demand and high utility costs, and your power actually goes above a certain threshold. Let's say you're here in NB and you go above around 20 kilowatts, they start charging you per kilowatt. So our unit aims to push power back to the grid or to the building's grid so that that cost is minimized for our customers.
are you guys familiar with the net metering program with NB Power? Would that be connected with that?
Yes.
You know the limitations that exist, like from what you can do there? Have you had conversations with NB Power yet?
We've had some preliminary conversations with NB Power as far as, it was quite early in the project, and that helped us change from just battery backup to peak shaving. As far as net metering goes, our real value is in peak shaving specifically. So with net metering, you are credited with power, you push it back to the grid. But if you don't go over this big sharp threshold of the peak to begin with, then you're not charged for that peak shaving. Specifically to net metering, I was talking to Bruce Good, and he mentioned that even with net metering, they do charge tax. So you could save that 15% on the net metered in and out power, depending on what your building's configuration is.
All right, I'll let the other judges ask questions. If not, I will keep going.
So does it always have to be a bespoke, tailored solution to that particular building / facility, or do you think you could get to a point where you could install it and then your machine learning algorithm would learn the patterns of usage and fix itself
Yes,
over time?
we can learn their power profile. The thing that we need to make sure is that we don't run out of batteries while we're peak shaving. So we need to have the batteries in order to keep them from dying, enough batteries. And then we also need to have the hardware in order to output enough power. So our plan is to have units in parallel, depending on the building size, in order to push more power or pay for less units to push less power, depending on building size.
I'm a bit out of my element here, but I have heard of other initiatives where they are, saving energy for certain, storing it in certain ways, and then I don't hear any more about those initiatives. Can you explain to me a little bit about how you differ from the kind of similar-ish previous iterations? Yeah.
So I think the main difference in ours is that a lot of these energy storage devices are only really used in smaller, like residential settings, like a power wall, as well as the fact that a lot of these don't offer the peak shaving itself, whereas they'll store energy for an outage or for manual operation. But for ours, it automatically turns on when you reach a certain power point. So it combines the storage element of those systems with the power saving features that we add.
Thank you.
Thank you. Testing. Just to double check, do we have gluten-free living in the room here? Anywhere? Okay, so I'll track them down, or someone outside could. I'll be right back. Also, just to check again on campus with a K, nobody from that team, right, in here? Okay, good. All right, please welcome Gluten-free Living. So you can use either the podium microphone or one of these handhelds.
Okay.
Testing. Just turn it on.
Can we use all three?
You can use all three, so just push it up there.
Testing.
Yeah, you're going to have 3 minutes. Whenever you have 1 minute left, I'm going to raise this red card.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready.
I was diagnosed with celiac disease at 12 years old. For over 800 million worldwide, gluten isn't just an inconvenience, it's harmful. Even small amounts of gluten can cause severe symptoms, including brain fog, fatigue, and depression.
Repeated exposure can damage intestine and increases the risk of serious long-term health complications.
There is no cure and no medication. The only treatment is complete lifelong avoidance. Something as simple as grabbing food on your way to school, work, or an event requires extensive research and planning.
Safety is made more difficult by the lack of accessible and trustworthy health information, as many rely on scattered online resources offering conflicting information. To make things even difficult, gluten-free alternatives are 3 to 5 times more expensive. What is medically necessary food acts as a financial burden.
To help offset this, the Canadian government offers a tax credit for gluten-free food, but in reality, it's rarely used. We conducted a survey of 120 individuals living gluten-free. 99% said that the cost of gluten-free food was financially burdensome, yet 77% reported that they do not file for the tax credit.
That is the problem. My name is Nerisa.
My name is Kavya.
And my name is Emma. I'm the founder of Gluten-free Living. We are building an AI-powered platform that removes this barrier in seconds. Users simply scan their receipts, and our platform identifies the gluten-free alternatives, compares them to local gluten-containing products, calculates the eligible amount, and creates a tax-ready spreadsheet.
Many apps do exist for this community, but they all act like a Band-Aid. They offer one basic feature, but do not target the real problem.
We hosted a gluten-free holiday market and had over 500 attendees in less than 30 minutes. We also asked for volunteers to register for an interview and had over 80 in under 1 day. This community is eager for change.
Our business model is designed to be both accessible and sustainable.
At our launch, Gluten-free Living will be free to use, ensuring cost is never a barrier. Core tax credit automation will always remain free.
Revenue comes from an optional premium subscription under $5 a month, providing advanced features like barcode scanning, recall alerts, local gluten-free deals, and community tools.
As we scale, we will partner with local vendors and verified gluten-free brands, creating value for businesses while maintaining safety and trust for our users.
Starting in Canada, our platform is designed to scale globally,
supporting millions of individuals living gluten-free worldwide.
Because living gluten-free shouldn't mean living at a disadvantage. Thank you.
Thank you.
First, I want to say I love how the three of you took your turns to do the pitch. Great work on that. Talk to me a little bit more about the tax incentive. So because you talked about the tax spreadsheet that you would be making, would you be filing it for them as well? Or is it just they get the data so it's easier for them to file?
Yeah, so the AI would just make the spreadsheet for them so that it's easier for them to file itself. The biggest barrier to people filing the tax credit is just the process is very tedious because you have to look at the pricing, you have to keep that receipt, and you have to compare that with other gluten-containing products, calculate the actual eligible amount, and then actually make a spreadsheet yourself, which is very tedious. So the AI would do the entire process for you and make the spreadsheet for when you have to file the tax.
Have you thought anything on the pricing model yet?
We are charging them $5 for our premium model. However, the taxing tool is free.
Okay, so it's $5 per individual that uses the app?
Yes, per month.
Per month. How do you guys get to that price?
So we did customer discovery, and we found out that customers are willing to pay up to $15 per month for a model like this. And through our market research, we found out that similar apps are charging anywhere from $3 to $5. So we felt pretty confident charging $5 for our premium model while still keeping the tax tools free.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. So as you said, like initially it would be free. So how many months you are planning to have this subscription for free?
So the subscription itself wouldn't be free. It's the tax credit spreadsheet that you get for free. The subscription gives you other features like the barcode scanning to ensure that the product is gluten-free, the local deals, the community tools to actually engage with the gluten-free community in your area. And those are the features that you actually pay for.
Yeah. And what are the other revenue models apart from subscription?
So we will be partnering up with other gluten-free brands who will be promoting their products on our app. So that is our secondary revenue model. Sorry, revenue stream.
So you had indicated that there is some competition. Can you clarify, did you say that the competition wasn't including the AI component, connecting the tax benefit to the, is that the difference?
Yeah, so there is, to my knowledge, only one other app that does actually work on the tax portion within Canada. But as for all of the apps that are available to people who have a gluten-related dietary restriction, that is one of the apps that exist for that specific problem. But there are no apps, both in Canadian and international markets, that create a hub of health information, tax resources, and additional resources for people to use every day, including restaurant tools and reviews, customer platforms. Exactly. So this platform is designed to be unique from all other competitors in that instead of paying $5 a month for 10 different platforms, you pay $5 a month and you get all the resources for free, and you still get to file your taxes and get that money back, which is essential for people who are paying so much more money for gluten-free food.
Thank you.
No worries.
So how many actual dollars do people miss out on tax incentives when they don't properly calculate it?
So on average, it has been calculated that the average person that has either celiac disease or gluten intolerance or gluten-related dietary restrictions spends an average of $1,000 per year minimum on groceries. And so the tax credit only gives about 25% of what you spent back. And so users are spending significantly more on gluten-free products than what the available amount back even is. And so in advocating to actually create more financial growth and opportunities for people with a gluten-related dietary restriction, we also are trying to create a tool that people can use in the meantime while we're trying to work on that change to offer people more financial opportunities through our app.
And just to add on to that, when you're spending like 3 to 5 times more on your groceries, every little bit counts. So when you're missing out on that 25%, that's still the 25% that you could have used to pay for other groceries. And just because it's a tedious process, people miss out on that.
Yeah.
So, I think that's a significant enough figure to be part of your pitch, right? You could hit a little bit harder on that. Secondly, maybe the tax incentive part would be behind the paywall because that's the actual number of dollars saved per person, and the rest of the app could have other free features.
The reason why we chose the tax portion and the financial part and the health information to be free specifically is because it's what actually helps people in their everyday lives and is mandatory for their financial health and their physical health. One of the biggest problems in this community is actually the mental burden that it takes to think on every single meal that you have to eat, every snack, you have to read every single label. And so every single other feature that we have on this app targets that problem, which is one of the biggest problems. So that's why we figured that providing those 2 core features are one of the biggest ones to draw people in, and then we show them that this could help your everyday, and that's why we want to provide that extra value.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Last call for Team Campus. Not here? All right. All good here? All right, so we're gonna have a lunch break now, about 40 minutes. We're gonna come back here around 1:10 p.m. and we're gonna keep going with the undergraduate track. So thank you so much for being here today, our judges in the morning session. Another round of applause, please. And I hope to see you all in the afternoon. So lunch break, we'll be back around 1:10.
I'm thankful. I'm happy to be here regardless. I'll come back. You don't have to drag me. It's just like I need to start saying no because then I have all this stuff in my house. And then I re-gifted. Here you go, Christmas gift. I know, but it says happy birthday. Well, unless I give it to my mom and be like, well, I'm an alumni. I guess I'm about to be a UNB alumni. Whenever I finish my MBA. Yeah, I just have to do a project or 2 classes, like 6 credits. So I'm gonna be like, some days I'm like, I'm doing a project, I'm done with this, I have the class. You know what I mean? No more class. And then yeah, so that's what I do, but then I speak with other people and like, yeah, but it actually takes a lot of time. But it's like, doesn't though? Like, doesn't really. Oh, Duncan is the one that's gonna be here. Can you leave my name there so he knows that I was there? So that was on his spot. Please. I will tell him. No, I'll be like, I should leave my BM on a water bottle. Oh yeah, no, yeah. So he worked with me at Ignite. Like what he was in our impact loan board. So when I made the announcement that I was doing to be Duncan just said to me, I'm a little bit I was like, how many more? And I haven't seen him yet, so yeah, I think we're here.
6 is the dinner, and then I don't know if
the names have all been switched.
I would say probably she's going to stay for dinner. Just, you know. Maybe more like 6:30. It really depends. Yeah, because there's no art.
How are you?
Good, you?
Good. Are we judging together?
Yeah, not good.
Awesome. Oh, right.
I just want to eat here.
Yep, smart. Do we need a tutorial on this? Or?
I have no idea.
Okay, perfect. Perfect.
We'll find out together.
Yeah. Awesome. Okay, good. I'll go check in with Amanda, see if
Yeah, I think it was up there
I'll see
somewhere.
if we need any specific instructions.
sometimes we need to swap these around because it's swapping time. So I'll let you know if that happens. You're just going to ignore that column and maybe come back to it. Right. So after the for now, it's just that. You can go back and add it if you feel that, oh, but that team was better or was you can go back, no problem now, because I'm only going to compile everything at the end. So I do it like that because as a judge, sometimes I prefer to be able to go back and adjust things. That's how we do it this way. We have 3 minutes bridge. If I know they're getting close to the end, you might exercise them, but you don't need to worry about time. And for the Q&A, we have 5 minutes. So I'm going to prompt you in the order that I was emailing you about. But if we have time left, I'm going to keep going. If not, it's just going to be a couple of minutes. I don't remember that order. Yeah, and you don't need to. You don't need to because we have everything here. So I'll be coordinating most of the time and the questions. If you don't want to ask a question, you have one ready. You can just questions. Very flexible.
Oh, you mean like the order? Oh. So over time, you flag
No, I'm going to cut them off, and they're going to, but we're not going to penalize them if they go over because I'm allowing them to go a little bit, especially if there are any technical things or anything like that. So it's roughly 3 minutes. They are usually good. In the morning, you just have to keep them. Sometimes you need to have the penalty is that they would be able to overthread. So as I said, we still have a few undergraduate teams, so like the green ones.
Oh, they can take it off later?
Here we're going to have 2 short breaks. Any questions? All right, I do have a question. Yes. Oh, stop it from going back. I know, okay. Round move. Thank you. No, we're good, we're good, we're good. We use 2 different pronunciation techniques, so because there are different judges for the same thing. This part will be normalized, so it's going to be fair. Regardless if you're harsher or more lenient.
I think there's time. There's a lot of time. Right. Right. I love that.
Cool. Thank you. You're welcome. All right. So, are you good here? What's your status? Status. Good to go? Start. So we're going to call Lily. Yeah. I'm going to bring everyone in. We'll go with it as long as it sounds good. All right, called as many as I could, so they should be on their way. Where do you want me to be?
If they can see you better there, or I don't know if you...
Sometimes I need to stand up and fix the...
These are all on.
For now, and then...
These need to be turned on.
They can turn on whenever. Do you want to use them or you want to use them?
No.
So you can just pull it down and leave it turned on.
Yeah, you're much taller than this one.
Good to go. Yep. Otherwise, we're going to have problems with the time.
Is this on?
Yeah, you can start speaking there.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Amanda Nielsen, the Program Coordinator at the J. Herbert Smith Center, and I would like to welcome you back for our afternoon pitches. We're going to continue the pitches from the ideas category with the undergraduate students before moving on to the growth category pitch presentations for graduate students. Before we start, I'd like to invite Lameir Shoes from NBIF, one of our sponsors, to share a few words.
Thank you very much, Amanda. I'm here on behalf of NBIF to share a few words. We're really excited to be sponsoring today's RBC student pitch competition. A bit of context about NBIF. We're one of the longest standing innovation organization here in Canada. And what we do is that we provide venture financing for startups in the province of New Brunswick. To give a bit of insights, these type of events are really good for us in the sense of promoting the new generations of innovators, as well as a really good deal flow of companies that could potentially be graduating to the next stage where they can potentially take on equity investments to scale their companies. So NBIF, we invest in high-growth tech startups based out of New Brunswick. Currently, we have 77 portfolio companies, and we really invest in any sectors with a focus on the priority sectors set out by the province of New Brunswick. And so if you have any questions or you would like to learn a bit more about NBIF, please feel free to grab me. I'll be more than happy to give some context of what we look for into companies and really the type of supports that the NBIF can help you to really scale up to the next stage. So thank you very much, and I'm excited to hear the pitches today. Thank you.
Thank you, Lameir. I want to mention again, just in case some of you were not here in the morning, for the pitch presentations, each team will have 3 minutes to pitch without slides or props, followed by 5 minutes of Q&A, and we'll raise the red card when you have 1 minute left. Before we begin, I'd like to introduce the judges. Duncan McCormick is a relationship manager with RBC. He has experience in entrepreneurship, information technology, construction, as well as academia. He brings a relationship-driven approach to helping clients navigate financial decisions, supported by leadership experience and a strong foundation in business strategy and quantitative finance. Lameir Shoes is an associate with NBIF. She has a deep knowledge of entrepreneurship, which helps her work with pre-seed and seed stage investments in supporting founders from ideation through scaling New Brunswick-based tech startups. Tracy Bell is the executive director at the Wallace McCain Institute, which is the largest group of business owners and entrepreneurial leaders in Atlantic Canada. Through her leadership, they are transforming the economic landscape and future opportunities for the greater Atlantic area. And finally, Andre Peltier is a senior innovation professional with Springboard Atlantic, where he supports researchers, startups, and SMEs across Atlantic Canada in building and commercializing intellectual property. Andre is also deeply engaged in Canada's nuclear and advanced manufacturing ecosystem, supporting initiatives that strengthen supplier readiness, accelerate technology adoption, and connect innovation to industrial deployment. Thank you to all the judges for joining us today. As we continue the ideas category, we'd like to welcome Renewed Beauty to come and do their pitch. Once you start, he'll serve the time and then he'll raise the...
Whenever you have one. Whenever you're ready.
Every day, thousands of good fruits and vegetables are rejected, not because they are unsafe, but simply because they are not visually perfect enough to be put on shelves in grocery stores. In Canada alone, over 46% of food produced every year is wasted, with a significant portion of that amount coming from fruits that have failed the cosmetic grading standards. At the same time, the beauty industry is booming. Consumers are becoming seriously conscious about what they put on their skin. They are actively seeking natural skincare products. These two realities alone present an opportunity to turn waste into something useful. My name is Lindsay Gatsawa. I'm from Renewed Beauty, a Charlottetown-based sustainable company that helps local farmers across PEI solve fruit waste and revenue loss by transforming rejected food into natural body scrubs. We partner with local farmers across PEI to source fruits and vegetables such as potatoes and blueberries and strawberries that have already been harvested but have been rejected simply because they are not visibly perfect. Instead of letting these fruit and vegetables go to waste, Renewed Beauty transforms these into exfoliating body scrubs that have naturally sourced products and are environmentally sustainable. Our target audience is women that are working between the ages of 22 to 45 who are seeking high-quality natural skincare products and are leaning towards sustainable ways of living. There's a significant opportunity in this market. In Canada alone, the beauty industry is estimated between $2 to $3 billion, which represents our serviceable addressable market. By focusing on Prince Edward Island and expanding into Atlantic Canada through direct online sales and partnerships with farmers markets, we capture a 0.1% revenue opportunity of $2 to $3 million. Renewed Beauty stands out in two key ways. We transform fruit waste into high valuable products that consumers can use, and we help farmers across PEI provide an external revenue opportunity using fruits that would have been wasted otherwise. Our mission is clear. We help local farmers across PEI transform fruit waste into sustainable produce crops. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm wondering, can you expand a bit more on your revenue model? How does the relationship works with the farmers and then the end consumer? Like, what's the all in between of landing to your revenue model and how you plan to scale?
Okay, currently we are in talks with farmers in PEI. We currently have a meeting set up with one of our blueberry farmers. We are trying to learn how they currently use all those fruits that have been rejected. And so that's what we're currently doing at the moment. In terms of revenue, we are planning on unit sales and planning on a competitive price simply because of what our product will be offering. In terms of scaling, we are looking into partnering. Firstly, we're looking into direct online sales, and then we are also looking into partnering with farmers markets, and we are also in talks with event planners who curate gift baskets as well.
Thank you.
Yep, great presentation. It looks like you've got a bit of a two-sided market. So how have you validated the demand is actually there? for the farmers. So when you say food waste, is this actual expense on their income statement, or is this just a lower revenue gain that they're getting on the blueberries and the other produce?
Okay, so far we are basing on secondary research. There is actually, according to research, there's actually a significant amount of fruit waste. We are yet to speak to the farmers to actually understand how much of that fruit is being wasted. But according to secondary research, there is a significant amount of fruit being wasted.
Yeah, I've got some experience in the natural beauty industry, and I would love it if you could talk a little bit more about your consumer. And what I mean by that is, if there's food waste, is there a logistics temperature challenge with, is this something you've got to create and sell and be used within a couple of weeks, or how are you going to manufacture to be able to have a product that will have a bit of a shelf life, so that your customer can use it and use it again, and you can expand across Canada?
Okay, so what we're planning to do is take these fruits and dry them so that they have a little bit of more of shelf life. Furthermore, we are looking to partner with PEI Biotech so that they can kind of help us with the manufacturing process to ensure a long shelf life.
I mean, following up on that one, what is the end product you want to have? And I know you said you're starting with blueberries. Is there a reason why you want blueberries? Like, is there a product that you're planning on making with those blueberries?
Oh, simply because we're going to start mainly with blueberries and apples and potatoes, simply because there's a good supply of that on the island. I mentioned blueberries because we are currently actually in contact with someone who owns a blueberry farm. So we have already kind of established a connection over there. And our end product is going to be body scrubs. We're going to use different fruits like blueberries, apples, and potatoes to make them.
But why, what is the, I guess, what is the property of the blueberries, potatoes, and apples that might be beneficial to a body scrub?
Okay, so in terms of that, in terms of like body scrubs, consumers are just looking for something that is natural, that doesn't have any additives. Currently, a lot of brands, especially big brands, they use products that are not natural. So consumers are mainly looking for that transparency, which we're looking to build with our consumers to say, hey, we're going to make this scrub using natural products.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've got one. So I can see the benefit in terms of blueberries and the polyphenols that are going to help with skin repair and whatnot. What I'm wondering is there anyone doing this currently? Do you have a direct competitor using food waste to make natural beauty products today? What have you found there?
Locally, according to the research that we have done so far, we have Island Potato Soap. They make potato soap from potatoes that have been discarded. So that's our direct competitor. And we are mainly planning to differentiate ourselves, mainly, of course, because we are making a body scrub, not soap, and also to build a connection with our consumers through marketing and letting them know exactly what we are using in our product.
I'd like to ask Limrise to come to do their pitch now.
So you can use either the podium or the handheld.
Okay.
Turn this on. And when you have 1 minute left, I'll raise this card.
Sounds good.
Whenever you're ready, you can start and I'll start a timer.
Okay, sounds good.
Tomorrow morning you'll wake up and you won't be able to walk the same way again. All of a sudden, every simple task will feel impossible to execute. That's the reality for 1.8 million Canadians who suffer from knee injuries on a yearly basis. And just ask anybody who's used crutches before, they'll tell you how uncomfortable and frustrating they can be to use. But did you know that about 70% of your body's weight will be loaded onto your healthy limb, and that users are five times more likely to miss on work or school, adding on to financial stress? Therefore, about 44% of them develop major depressive symptoms. Well, I'm Noor Mazhar, and I'm the CTO of Limrise Recovery Solutions. And I'm here to let you know that we have successfully prototyped and validated the world's first hands-free crutch that's specifically designed for knee injuries. The way it works and what the tests have shown is that it's able to perfectly maintain a body weight distribution in static pose of a 45% to 55%. While walking, it mimics a natural walking gait cycle. So your recovery is safer, more comfortable, and overall better than crutches. That's a solution. And it gets even better because our consumers get to save money and they get to spend less. The way that happens is that they're able to return to work 4 weeks sooner and save about $2,000 of income. The second thing is that normally crutches are sold separately from post-knee op braces. The RevoStub will be sold with the post-op brace. In comparison, if you're looking to buy the two items, it will be $500 for crutches. For the RevoStub, it will be $300. Our revenue model is going to consist of a consignment model where we're going to provide pharmacies with our product and they're going to maintain a 20% commission, leaving us with a 54% gross margin, meaning that our MVP is going to cost about $110. Now, in the last 7 months, we've made a lot of progress by building a team of 12 members, concluding of 4 executives and 8 team members. Built about 10 partnerships, most recently with IRAP, we have a supervisor, Dr. Chris McGibbon here at UNB with the IBME Center, and we're in talks with about 13 pharmacies across of PEI to host our product. Now, my ask is $3,000. And that's to pay for our MDAL by Health Canada to take our product to the pharmacies because everybody deserves to heal confidently and more safely. Thank you.
I would love to hear more about the revenue model. So who's the one selling this to your end consumer, your injured post-op consumer? Is it the pharmacist?
Yes.
And what is the pharmacist? So if you've been talking to a few different pharmacies in PEI,
yes.
What are the pharmacists saying to you about this innovation and product?
So right now we've made up the first prototype, and we're going into producing the second prototype based on the results that we've received from the tests that we've conducted. That MVP is going to be done by September with the help of Idea Hub and IRAP and a bunch of other organizations. What the pharmacies are saying is that they see the potential of the idea working. Obviously, it's not a perfect fit at the moment. There's kind of like, for instance, some of the studies have shown that it's good for specific ligament injuries like for ACL, but for meniscus, there are certain things that need some adaptation to be done, right? So the second MVP is kind of what we're focusing on refining and retuning those loose ends and making sure that it's optimal for patient care, right? But we're also in talk with, aside from the pharmacies, many physiotherapists to kind of see any new ideas that we might have not thought of, right? But overall, just like you said, we're, like the pharmacy is kind of like the middleman. We provide the product, they provide it to the injured consumer, and the feedback that we've received so far is everybody's pretty excited to see where it would go. We're just building up basically a portfolio to prove that we're able to maintain the same standard, if not higher than crutches.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So you spoke about the regulatory hurdle. What can you explain that a little further? Like what the process is and what that looks like?
Yeah, absolutely. So the RoboStep classifies as a Class 1 medical device. Because of that, the only real regulation that we have to go through is what they call the MDAL, which is just, when I spoke with our representative over from IRAP, the way they kind of explained it to me was, it's basically just the company declaring to Health Canada that we are going to be selling a Class 1 medical device, and we adhere and we kind of like take an oath to listen to our consumers, listen to their complaints, and change the design of the product based on consumer feedback. That's really about it. It cost about $6,000 initially, but since we are students, they're giving us a 25% discount on that, so it's going to be $45,000. So we're hoping to get $3,000 out of this competition to be able to put it towards that $4,500. Does that answer? Thank you.
Andre actually had the exact same question,
Okay.
but I do have another one. Can you expand a bit more on the study you've conducted between traditional clutches and your solution? How did you conduct the study? What was the sample size? And like, how did you actually ended up with these metrics of like return to work and the cost savings?
The cost savings is more of a calculation that we went through based on the muscle atrophy, right? So in terms of the study, the first studies that we did was it was a gradual increase of usage. That's kind of how I would put it. So starting off with a static pose, right? Are you able to stand still, both eyes open and eyes closed? Which in terms of medical sense, it's kind of the most efficient way to say whether the user is relying heavily on visual clues to maintaining their balance, right? So in both tests, we ran 3 trials, and the first time we conducted it, it was only on myself just to make sure no one got hurt. And we had, in both the trials, we had a perfect 50-50, well, 45 to 55. The exact number was 52 to 48%, but it kind of varied between that 45 to 55 across 30 seconds for 5 trials. But we ran the same test over again at UPI, and that one was with 5 members. So it was mainly just the 5 members of the team, the executive members, and we had 1 other team member come in. We haven't tested on unhealthy, like injured consumers yet, but basically all tests, like the regulatory process of it was 5 members that we used down at UPI, and each test was ran at a minimum of 3 times. Some of them went up to 5 times depending on kind of the complexity of it. It ranged from the static tests, went into gait analysis tests, so just walking in a straight line back and forth. We broke that down into 2 more tests, which was gait initiation and gait de-initiation. So kind of seeing how the takeoff is and how the stopping is. And then going into, what was after that? Clockwise and counterclockwise turns. So we had a track, and then we just got to walk around the track, see how the body adapts with the device while turning on each side. And then the final test was going over stairs. And overall, the one that we saw quite a bit of struggle with was the turning one. So that's the one where I was saying there's a bit of issues with the meniscus healing, and that's the one we're hoping to, or not hoping, but we're working on building the second prototype for, and we're currently building like different parts and testing out smaller components and stuff like that and seeing how it all comes together. Thank you.
We'll just give a few minutes for the judges to finalize their assessments. I'd like to now ask Niagara to come down and do their pitch.
You can use either the podium or the handhelds or all of them.
Or all of them, if you like.
Okay.
And whenever you have 1 minute left, I'm going to raise this red card.
Sounds good. Okay, perfect, thanks.
Whenever you're ready, you can start. I'll start the timer.
I'm Justin Christie. This is Sanjeev, and this is Lucas. We're here today to tell you about a problem that I ran into. I am a construction manager for a landscape architecture firm, and about a year ago, we started a project, the Cape Breton Seawall Trail. And the nature of the project was such that the designers would have to design the trail in the field. If you know anything about trail design, two very important measurements that you're going to need are the length of the trail and its slope. So we started to try to find a product that the designers could use. First, we looked at survey equipment, which definitely would work, but the designers were unwilling to carry survey equipment 10 kilometers into the woods. Next, we looked at other products like the Mosier. The Mosier is all right, but the constraints on how to use it were such that it was not a good fit for something that you're going to use on a regular terrain out in the woods. So this problem is not just for landscape architects. In the United States alone, there are 500 million specialized construction workers. That's a $1.9 trillion industry, and this affects almost all of them, which is why we came up with the Nivra Vector. It's a two-piece system. This would be the beacon, and it would be accompanied by a puck about half of its size, the tag. Let's say you're a contract inspector, and you want to verify that a ramp is ADA compliant. You would set this up, take the tag, put it at the top of the ramp, press a button, move that tag to the bottom of the ramp, where you're going to be able to read the length of that ramp and its slope, which is everything you're going to need to ensure that it is ADA compliant.
Now, once we're complete, we'll be able to sell our product for $799 a pair. And with a $375,000 boost, we'd be able to break even within 3 years, and in that third year, we'd be able to make a $200,000 profit. Now, how does that change the life of our construction workers? They won't have to spend time learning how to use complicated RTK systems. They don't have to spend time setting it up, breaking it down. All they have to do, set up the beacon, do it just like how Justin said, pull it out of their pocket, take it to the point, and they get their measurements instantly. No hassle. Now, what do we want from you? We just want you to remember that we are Niagara Vector, portable precision for those who build the world. Thanks.
Excellent. Oh, it's me. Thank you. Yeah, I'm here. I got my name right there. I know. Is it me? Oh, whatever. Gentlemen, good stuff. So how far along are you in terms of protecting it? I know we've discussed this in the past, so I just want to know what you guys are, where you're at now.
Well, we all have NDAs, and we're still just sort of working under secrecy, and we've just completely stopped talking about what technology we're using, and we're only talking about what it can do. So that's where we are with in terms of protecting that intellectual property.
So right now, if anybody asks, it's just a magic black box of sensors.
Mm-hmm.
When you said that everybody is impacted by this, the world has continued to build. So what is the discomfort that people are actually experiencing today? How can you quantify why they should go with this if the projects are already getting done?
Okay, so cost. To get a surveyor out, right? Like surveyors are great, and they know their profession and everything, but there's a lot of things that they're hired to do that don't require legal surveys, that are just mapping, right? And then that's a whole sort of sub-industry. My father actually used to own a mapping company, and he is not a surveyor. But then you still need to know how to use that equipment, right? So what this does is sort of make it more accessible to everyone. When it's complete, you won't need to understand how satellites work or how 3D positioning works or anything of the sort. You just set it up and sort of move it around. So I guess a concrete example of what I'm talking about is if you were using an RTK system, like I told you how to use the handheld and I threw it at you and you went out and started surveying stuff and getting your points, the majority of those paints are likely going to end up being garbage because you don't know, well, I'm not, maybe you do know. So, but I would assume that you might not know that you can't hold your beacon like this. Like you can't be holding it off like that. It expects it to be directly up and down. That's why it has a little bubble level on it, or it's not going to get you good points. Also, you're going to need to know, how this, like there's warnings on there about the satellites. How much satellite coverage do you have? That's going to change how long it's going to take a point, right? Whereas this kind of removes all of that, right? It's local positioning for one, so it's not actually full GPS, right? It could be lined up with GPS though. And it's not going to suffer from any of those things. It doesn't need to know its ground plane. It doesn't need to know any of those things. When you press the button, when I said the example of the ramp, when you press that button, at that time, it gets everything it's going to need to be able to know its orientation at all times and know where exactly you are trying to take that point from.
I really like that you come from industry and you felt the problem firsthand. I guess I have like 5 questions, but I'll just keep it to one. Have you used it right? Are you using it right now to do your work? Do you have any insights on the accuracy that you can get from it?
So, sort of, but no, I'm not using it for my work. But we are into testing phase, right? So I only have that side of the prototype with us. The other side just doesn't have a housing. I do have it at my house. So right now, what I'm getting is Well, it's hard to say because I'm having a scaling issue, so I'm getting sort of the wrong measurements, but consistently, and I can get back to 0. I'm not sure if you understand sort of the impact, but to me, that is a huge indicator of that it's working and we're going well with it. And it's just a matter of sort of ground truthing the system and training our model to be able to appropriately scale those measurements.
Can I give a follow-up or no? Is it only hardware or you also have a software component to it?
Oh, no, yes. There's a huge software component to it. The model that I was just speaking about. Right now we have a loose geometric model. That's about as much as I can say about it. But we are going to ground truth that model and make it correct, be able to correct itself appropriately. So.
Thanks for that. I think I understood correctly that this represents a $1.9 trillion industry in the US. My question is, if you are going to carve out your first lead target customer, what is that specific B2B demographic? Like what construction company, what type of company, where are they, and what's the position within the company that this is going to be life-changing for?
So I sort of have three first customers, which sort of, in my mind, are broken really into two. People who want to know where something is and some people who want to know where something goes, right? So so a construction foreman who's laying out a construction site would be one of our first people we'd be approaching because they can use this to get relative measurements from a known location, which means they can lay out a construction site. The other is a contract inspector, so that's the person who, after it was all built, would come out to make sure that it's in the positions it's supposed to be and verify things like foundation heights before pouring them, preferably, and slopes, because slopes are very important for accessibility and ADA compliance, things like that. That's where my mind goes, because that's where I spend most of my attention.
And just a quick follow-up, when that foreman goes to the senior buyer or owner of the company, depending on the size of it, what's the case they're making? Is it, this is going to save you and us time, money?
Yeah, time and money. That's exactly what it's going to do. It's going to save them time and money, and it's going to remove the need to call a surveyor out to the site. If they have a lot of times, some of the times they'll already have someone who's trained on RTK units, right? But they're still big. They're still bulky. You don't necessarily want to bring it out for every job, especially if it's a smaller job. But there's less training. So if you're going to go to someone new, like say you have a new foreman who isn't trained on those things, it's much easier to train them on how to use this than it would be to teach them enough about a GPS system so that they could use that.
I guess I could add on a bit because we did talk with a few people and someone did say that they had someone come out to their land, I guess, put a foundation in, and then they got to a point in the construction where they found out that when they brought out surveyors, they found out that the foundation was a bit not level. That would have been a lot easier for the owner of the house or the land to find out if they had one of our systems. They didn't have to bring a surveyor out to find out, okay, the foundation's a bit off, could you work on that? That would have saved him a lot of money in the process because they'd have to break it all down and then build it back up from start.
Or just be happy with the wrong elevation.
Yeah.
All right, that's time for Q&A. Thank you.
Yeah, but I had such a good question. I had more questions too. You did all right. You did all right. Yeah, sure. Yeah, there's still lots of teams to go.
If Respace PEI is here, we'd like to have you come to the stage, please.
So whenever you have 1 minute left, I'm going to raise this red card. Okay. Whenever you're ready, you can start and I'll start the timer.
Imagine moving to Preset, Rhode Island for like a new job, housing, or you just want to start up a better life. Then there are no houses available. Currently, the vacancy rate is among 0.7%, which is one of the lowest in Canada. Students are forced to sleep on couches. People deny their jobs, and families delay planning for decisions. There's also another issue of abandoned warehouses and commercial buildings around the island. So my question is, why build new houses when we already have empty buildings? My name is Oroku Jesse, and I'm the founder of Respace PEI. Respace PEI transforms unused commercial buildings into available rental spaces using prefabricated modular units made from recycled materials. Instead of demolishing the buildings or waiting years for constructions, we simply use the existing structure and integrate modular units inside the building. Each modular unit are going to have bathrooms, kitchens, plumbing, and electricity already installed. So the creation of houses are very simple, cheap, and causes less impact to the environment compared to traditional constructions. Our pilot project is to convert a single unit into 4 rental units, which will cost tenants approximately $950 for rent. The project costs approximately $660,000, and it is financed through a mix of debt and equity. It produces a positive cash flow within the first year. The true power of Respace is not to convert a single building into housing, but there are so many buildings across PEI that can be converted into housing. Once the process is done, it can be replicated and repeated over again, and it can be scaled across different provinces. While traditional developers build from ground up, modular companies build new structure. Respace does something different. We reuse, recycle, and reform what exists. Thank you.
Yes. So, what is the how do you protect your competitive advantage? How do you protect your differentiation? Are you able? Is this just another development company kind of thing?
So, like, we are one of the companies that integrates the use of modular units with recycled materials, which helps to cut the cost of production and a lot of things. So we're able to supply and make rents cheaper for tenants.
So, like, are there other companies like Respace out there, essentially?
Yeah, there are actually other companies that use modular units, but I don't think they integrate the recycled materials inside, and they don't like use underdeveloped buildings. They normally just build entirely new structure, which takes a lot of time.
Thank you.
Thanks for that. I think it's a big problem that you're trying to solve. Wondering, is the business model, are you hoping long-term to do this manufacturing yourself with your company, or is the model to work with companies that are already creating modular units, have the playbook down, if you will, understanding there are some specialized pieces with you? Can you break that out for us a little more?
Okay, so I'm actually planning to work with some companies that are into modular creation. The buildings, of course, will be created off-site, so they can easily be transferred on-site and just be plugged into the buildings.
And are any of these companies working with recycled materials now, or will that be a new piece that you are introducing to their operations and your operations?
Yeah, I think that would be a new piece I'm introducing to the operation. I don't think they're working with recycled materials right now.
Very capital intensive plan. I guess what are the milestones in the next 6 months that you hope to achieve to de-risk the opportunity that you hope to achieve?
Excuse me?
It's very capital intensive,
Yeah.
and so I'm just wondering, like, what are some of the mitigations or kind of the milestones that you hope to achieve in the next 6 months to actually move forward with your project?
Okay, so I plan on like taking loans from like government agencies that finance construction of buildings like this, and we also plan on taking loans from bank and working with more officials to see how we can smoothen things along the way.
Thank you.
Yep.
So my understanding then is you're using recycled material and you're taking existing structures and using modular buildings inside of an existing structure? Is that?
Yeah, that's
okay.
correct.
So where's the real advantage to not just the tenant, but the landowner? Is it substantially cheaper to take on the risk of dealing with an old structure and not just clearing everything out? Because I think some of the concerns with underdeveloped and older buildings is like asbestos and code issues and bringing electrical up to code. So is there a real cost savings by neglecting that and just focusing on the interior versus doing the whole thing?
Okay, so like once the buildings are identified, we're going to run like inspections and analysis on the building to see whether it's possible to put those modular units into the building. And if it's not possible, we won't use it on the building because it's going to cause a lot of health hazards and danger to people, so we won't use those buildings.
So have you identified any real life scenarios where this was more cost effective compared to the other alternatives?
Well, through my research, I've seen that using recycled materials significantly reduces the cost of like traditional construction by like 30 to 15%, which can help me charge less for rent because I want to increase the affordability of housing around the island, and not only I plan on scaling to other provinces as well.
Okay. Now we'll be moving on to the next team. If Spendery could come up to the stage, please. Oh, sorry. My apologies. Zoom Fuel.
Whenever you have 1 minute left, I'm going to raise this press card.
So, every month, a typical average Canadian spends above $150 just on supplements. One box of protein, another of collagen, another one of creatine, and I'm sure it's much more than that. And so, we are trying to solve this problem by making these supplements more affordable and more convenient for people to use, especially while living in a world where food insecurity and health are both some things that are very, that are very taken care of. So what sets us apart is that we will be using different meat byproducts from supermarkets and local meat retailers from PEI to produce our product. So if you go to supermarkets, you notice that we have boneless chicken or boneless meat or fish fillets that are being sold, but you might wonder where are the connective tissues, the skin, or even the bones going. So the answer is they are being discarded. They are being treated as food waste when there are some very important nutrients present in those things. And so we decided that we want to solve two problems through our product. Making supplements convenient for people and reducing food waste in Canada. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we are Zoom Fuel. We are a bioscience startup working on a 3-in-1 gummy that will have protein, creatine, and collagen, all to support your different needs. So instead of going to buy different things, you have this. Our go-to-market strategy will be through our online website sales, and then we will move to retail stores and pharmacies, and our target market is people aged between 18 and 50. So whether you are students, busy professionals, or athletes, our product is the most convenient thing that you could have. And this industry is very massive but fragmented. And so we are trying to make it more convenient and more accessible to people who want to have those supplements but who maybe cannot afford them right now just because they are so expensive or bulky or just not of good taste. And so here we are. We will be launching our production through biofood tech and to make sure that our supply chain is responsible and growing in a good way. So yeah, thank you.
We're over time. Thank you. All right, let's start with Lee.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm wondering, with all of the options out there, how do you win?
Sorry, I didn't catch
Yeah,
the
with
last
all of the options, for example, the protein powder that I use has like the protein. You can also buy some other elements that have like kind of all the supplements into it. So I'm just wondering, how do you win?
So our product will have different fruit-flavored gummies, and they will be made from sustainable materials. And how we win is that very often if you buy a protein bar or if you're trying to consume collagen powders or even protein powders, you might find that the taste is not very good, and it's just not convenient to just grab a shaker every time and make those. So this one is just a grab-and-go gummy. There will be 5 gummies in one packet. giving you the right amount and quantity of supplements that you need. So 5 grams of creatine, 15 grams of protein, and 10 grams of collagen. And that's the same amount that you get in 1 scoop of protein powder or 1 scoop of collagen or even a scoop of creatine. So it's just, you drop it in your bag, grab it whenever you want, during work, when you're in class, anywhere.
So you would win based on taste as well as convenience?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You mentioned at the start some of the sustainability components of using food waste, essentially. So it seemed like that had some benefits beyond just like maybe marketing. Why have that and have it as a gummy? It seems like you would have a premium product that you're now mixing for a more niche consumer when you'd probably have 3 products that you started with. So can you tell me why you think the gummies and going 3 in 1?
Why I want to make it in this format as well is that, you know, when you're using bones or skin or any other types of those things that are being discarded as food waste, most of them has more collagen compared to protein. So collagen usually, if you use collagen, you would know if you drop some into a cup of water, it would just not dissolve. But if it's in a more compact format, unlike a gummy, like a pectin gummy or even gelatin gummy, it gets like very well formed. And yeah, that's the reason why I went for that.
So I thought when you were talking about the food waste component, I figured you were probably going to go down the track of like a bone broth. I'm curious, can you walk us through the business model for the consumer? Are you imagining primarily online sales, subscription model? How are you going to acquire a customer and keep me on for the long term when you're in a pretty saturated market?
Sure. So first of all, we will have our online website through which we will take pre-orders just to see how it's going on the market. And then as we grow, of course, we have met retail partners such as Supplement King and even shoppers while we were doing our customer interviews, and we found that our product could go on the shelves. So that's one of the main ways how we will reach our customers. And we will also be doing like in-person sales or taste testing in gyms or wellness centers or events where we will kind of build a customer relationship and get them to use our product. And as we grow, we can also move to the subscription model that many of our competitors have right now. So like you buy it once and then you subscribe to it. It just gets shipped each month, or as you need another portion of the gummies.
And if I imagine part of your value prop, it's that you are bundling creatine, collagen, and protein powder. That's your customer, someone who likes all 3 and uses all 3 daily?
Yes. So we will start by firstly doing the 3-in-1 gummy, but as we grow, we will also kind of make it like just protein gummies or just protein and creatine or just protein and collagen, because we know that not everyone uses those, but yeah.
Thank you.
I promise I'm looking at the correct team now, and it is Spendery.
Whenever you have 1 minute left, I'm going to raise this. Okay. Whenever you're ready.
Budgeting shouldn't be time-consuming or energy-expending. Financial literacy tools should be user-friendly, accessible to all, and time-efficient. As students with lower incomes, higher expenses, and limited time, we understand the importance of budgeting efficiency. While there are free or cheap budgeting applications available, most of them require manually inputting all of your transactions. Those paid budgeting applications on the market do not currently target Canadian students or young adults. And their prices can range anywhere from $100 to $110 annually, USD, which is often not very accessible to those with low incomes and high expenses.
Spendery is not like other financial tools. It turns a chore into a lifestyle. Users can easily upload their bank statements and CSV, PDF bank statements and receipts so that they can have a fully categorized visual breakdown of where each dollar is being spent. This eliminates the time and energy spent manually imputing these transactions.
Beyond budgeting basics via statement and receipt analysis, Spendery also does a lot towards promoting financial literacy tools, such as detecting forgotten subscriptions, tracking per category budgets via automated alerts, tracking return and warranty windows via push notifications, and tracking your investment portfolios. Currently, students, as I said, do not have a market for tracking automatic bank statement uploads that automatically categorize your expenses. So this is very important to get rid of that waste in time by manually imputing all your transactions and uploading them automatically.
Spendery is a fully functional progressive web application that has been built and validated by 20+ beta users. Upon launch, we will have 3 pricing tiers available for users: the free, the pro, and the student subscription. For the pro subscription, it will cost $8 per month or $86 per annum, and students stand a chance to save $2 a month through valid student login. Spendery expects to earn a net income of $3,000 in the first year, and in the second year, we anticipate to earn a net income of $35,000.
Any current funding would be going towards scaling our product to market, running a large-scale marketing campaign to connect with our hopefully new users, and it would also be used to comply with legal and registration requirements across Atlantic Canada. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for the presentation. So you spoke about students as your core user. Will you just clarify, when you talked about the free version, the pro plan, and the student plan, is the pro plan then, is that the version that if I graduate and now I'm in my early to mid 20s and I'm in my first career job, is that, just talk about the business model a little more.
So yes, to answer your question, after students graduate, they kind of don't have that student tag on them anymore, so they move towards the pro plan. The pro plan comes with additional features that involve linking more accounts, having more receipt uploads, like unlimited receipt uploads, and a price intelligence feature that we've been working on.
And the limitations today on the free version versus the student version?
So the free version would basically have a cap on it. There are a certain number of receipts that you can upload in a month. Similarly, there are certain numbers of accounts that you can link with Plaid, that is. And what Plaid basically does is it automatically fetches transactions on the fly. It's dynamic. So whenever you make a purchase, it fetches out all required data that involves how much money you spent, where you spent, what time you spent. So that's kind of the pro feature that students and the pro users get, which the free tier does not include.
What made you price it at that price point? Like what went into determining your price point?
So we conducted a bunch of marketing research interviews, and when discussing with our target audience students, we learned that many of them preferred like the monthly fee compared to the flat fee. And then when given a range, there were a range of prices between $3 and $20 that they would be comfortable paying with, and the average did fall around $7 or $8 a month.
So that's user driven. What about your tech stack? Like what are the costs to operate something like this? What are the regulatory requirements and all that kind of stuff?
So cost per paid user is about $2.5 to $3, and the reason why we went for $7.99 figure is because the competitors that include Monarch and applications like YNAB, they charge upwards of $12 every month, which is significantly more overpriced than what we can get it done for. So the idea is to fill this empty market, because Canada used to have something like this in an application that was called Mint, which was acquired by Intuit, I think, 2 years ago. And this is like an open opportunity for an application like this to step up and get traction, basically.
And also, the reason that we put the limitations on the free version is just that the amount that we're paying per free user is about 50 cents compared to the $2.50 or the $3, with those limitations in mind.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm trying to figure out, how do you win in the competitive landscape? And the reason I'm asking is, with my banking account, I know exactly, I do have statistics on how much comes in, how much goes out, and then a breakdown of rent, car, utilities, all that good stuff. So I'm wondering, really, what do you offer that some of the competitors do not?
So the first thing that we offer is a price breakdown. So when you have receipts, your bank statements, they do not tell you how much you spent at the petrol station. For example, if I go there, I put $100 worth of fuel in my car, $25 on some quick snack from a petrol stop. It's gonna show me $125 at one point in a single transaction. It's not able to categorize them and split the products. That's a key advantage that this application will have. On top of that, we will obviously provide in-depth reports, which are like categorized on the fly. There are instances when the user can choose between which categories, and the model kind of follows that. So you can set up your own categories as you go.
Thank you.
Hydra Clip.
Hi everyone, I'd like to talk about Sarah. Sarah is a nurse in the emergency department. She's on her feet for a 12-hour shift, moving between patients and attending to emergencies. But mid-afternoon, she realized that she has not had a single sip of water all day. This affects her focus, fatigue sets in, and she doesn't feel so well. But she has patients relying on her. This is the problem Hydra Clip is designed to solve. Nurses put in their all to care for patients, but they often neglect their own health. This can cause dehydration, and dehydration can cause reduced focus, fatigue, headaches, which affect both the nurse and the patient they are providing care for. Hydra Clip is a device that helps nurses stay hydrated during their shift. Its unique design and pattern can be legally protected, which means its technology can be protected and we can scale through across different models. As a nursing student myself, I have spent time in the healthcare system and also have experience in the healthcare system, and that I've seen the effects of dehydration, and that is what inspired Hydra Clip.
Hydra Clip is a small ear clip device, and it tracks hydration using biosensors, and it gives reminders to the user with a light vibration or a light sound to remind them to stay hydrated without interrupting their workflow. Although there are fitness trackers and hydration apps that exist in the market today, those aren't viable solutions because of the hygiene restrictions with the wristband and the inability to use applications during a busy shift for nurses. That's where Hydra Clip comes in, because it is a small, hospital-safe device built with healthcare staff in mind. That, combined with the affordable pricing that Hydra Clip provides, it is a perfect solution for hospitals to use. Hydra Clip costs $50 per unit, which is about 5 times cheaper than real-time biosensors in the market today. That, combined with over a 100% return on investment that we provide hospitals within the first year at least, makes us a very competitive solution within the market. With the monthly fee, hospitals also have access to an analytics dashboard where they're able to track hospitals, their staff's analytics to be able to view their hydration levels on a monthly basis. That gives us recurring revenue and revenue from the device sales, which makes us a scalable and sustainable business model.
Nurses spend their time caring for patients, but they don't care for themselves. Hydra Clip ensures that those who care for patients cares for themselves. By combining wearable sensing with health tracking, Hydra Clip supports better patient outcomes and safer hospitals for the public. Thank you.
Two kind of connected questions here. Just want to make sure I understood it right. Are you saying that the consumer that's actually paying is the hospital?
Yes, that's correct. It would be a business-to-business model. It wouldn't be directly to the nurses that we're selling, so we would be communicating directly with the board for the hospital and whoever's in charge with hospital staff welfare.
So have you spoken to a hospital's procurement about their buying process and what requirements they would need and the likelihood of them investing or buying something like this?
So far, we have communicated through emails with some staff within Health PEI, and we have seen an interest with the product. Varying interest levels, we've definitely seen an interest with the nurses themselves, saying that this is an issue that they face,
but we would have to build on more communication with them to have a stronger base, which is why we also plan to pilot with our product and provide the service for free for 2 months. We feel like a private hospital would be ideal to pilot with first and provide our dashboard free of charge as well, so that we're able to gather data and then able to use that data and sell to other hospital staffs or hospitals within PEI.
Thank you very much. Without revealing too much, can you walk me through how the product works and why the ear?
So we did consider a few different design models. We have an engineering student on our team as well, but she essentially did research on quite a few different biosensors that we would be able to use, and essentially we figured out that it would be difficult to get accurate data without direct contact to the skin, which is why we chose the ear, because it's out of the way. It isn't a space that would be majorly contacted. I think Mary can also speak to her experience working in the nursing industry about the placement of it, and you've also interviewed some nurses.
Yes, I spoke with my nursing instructor at my school. She has a PhD in nursing, and she agreed with the Ear One wearable design because it has good contact with the skin and also good blood flow in the ear, and it's not going to disturb the nurse's work. So she agreed that it's a good design. So how it works is that once the hydration level drops, it just vibrates or make a sound, and the nurses know, okay, I need to get water as soon as possible. So this makes them aware and educated on the importance of staying hydrated. Yeah.
Thank you.
Something I wonder about is there quantifiable data? Is there data that any health authority or hospital collects on the problem that you're trying to solve? And what I'm getting at with that question is, how are you going to move hospital administrators, so the people who control the budgets, how are you going to compel them to do this large-scale change with an upfront cost and month-over-month recurring revenue? Great for the business, but how are you going to compel them? What's the data that's telling them their nurses are dehydrated?
So we have found data about how dehydration for nurses specifically causes a lot of fatigue. And we've also found lots of data about the number of medical errors caused by fatigue, and that's like billions of medical errors caused by fatigue, and how nurse dehydration leads to UTIs and kidney problems. So there is significant data specifically for nurses out there that we've researched and come to this conclusion, although it was initially brought to us by insights from Mary. After doing research on it, we concluded that this is an actual issue that can be targeted and sold to hospitals because it reduces costs for them, because there's always, hospital budgets are very tight, very constrained, so they're always going to be looking at ways to reduce their costs. So by selling Hydra Clip not as just a welfare product, which is also very essential for nurses, but also a cost-saving device, that's how we're going to be able to target selling our product and get buy-in from administrators. Was there a follow-up?
Yeah, no. I was just gonna say, make sure you to track that information afterwards, so you can sell them even more. Like if your Hydra Clip is actually producing some better results for nurses, and you're seeing reduced medical errors, you're reducing reduced sick time or something like that, it would be a good selling feature for the next round.
Yeah, that's exactly what we plan to do with our first pilot when we're giving the product for free of charge initially, so that any grants that we get would go to producing the initial 25 units so that we can pilot that product, get that data, and also provide support for the hospital itself.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll give the judges a couple minutes to finalize their assessment before we have a short break. Okay. We're going to take a 15-minute break, and then we will proceed with the last teams in the ideas category. Welcome back, everyone. Before we resume the presentations, I'd like to ask Adam King to come down from Cox and Palmer, who's one of our sponsors.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adam King. I'm a corporate lawyer here in Fredericton with Cox and Palmer. Cox and Palmer has been involved in this event for quite some time now. I think this is myself personally attending this, probably my 7th or 8th year being here. It's always something we look forward to in our calendar, and this year no exception. It's always exciting to be here and see the pitches. I'm always blown away by the creativity and the different types of problems that get identified, and there's some very creative solutions to some of these problems. So it's very exciting for us to see these. And I think part of the reason it's so enjoyable to come is a lot of the clients and the businesses and the entrepreneurs that we work with as corporate lawyers started out in this exact same forum. So seeing them grow from the idea phase to the growth phase and onwards, it's really satisfying to kind of have a hand and assist throughout those processes. And as a early stage business, as a young entrepreneur, as much as you might not want there to be, there's a lot of steps outside of the business stuff that are on your radar, whether you need to incorporate, have non-disclosure agreements, protect some intellectual property, take in some equity financing, close some nice investments. All those types of things are items on your potential radar that you might want to have a good lawyer to call. So Cox and Palmer loves to be involved. We have offices all over Atlantic Canada, PEI, Newfoundland, Nova Scotia. From the New Brunswick standpoint, I'm here in Fredericton, and I'm lucky enough to have two of my colleagues here today. Up in the back corner there, we have Alex, who's in our St. John office, and we have Kristen, who's in our Moncton office. So we at least have New Brunswick covered for today's purposes. And we've been here most of the day enjoying the pitches. We're going to be here for the afternoon and at the dinner as well. So if you have any questions, just want to chat, feel free to say hello to us anytime. And congratulations to everyone participating today. And it's regardless of the outcome, just getting up here and doing your pitch, it's a very valuable experience to have. And again, everyone's doing great, and we're happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Now I would like to welcome Lameir Shoes up.
Okay. Hello, everyone. So my name is Sadani Ahmad Reda. I am the founder of Lameir Shoes. It's a company that is registered here in Canada, in PEI exactly. So the problem is when girls or women go to shopping, they spend a lot of time just to choose a shoes. So because they ask for a good quality shoes, comfort shoes and elegant shoes, because they have in their mind a specific shoes that it's very impossible to get the same exactly. And if they get the same, sometimes they see the price very high. So that's why Lameir Shoes is here, is to offer this service. We do personalizing shoes. You can create shoes in 2 minutes or just 1 minute in our website, and you can get it in 3 days in any place in the world. That's how we work. And it's very cheap. The maximum that you can pay for the shoes, $30. That's will make us very different. You will ask me, why $30? How you do it? Because we bring the manufacturer from, we bring the shoes from Africa, exactly from Morocco, because I am Moroccan actually. So that's why. And also, we do collaboration with some manufacturers in some countries, and we do also collaboration with the 1337. The school is, there is a lot of, is a coding school actually. We do collaboration with him to do a technology that you can see a 3D your shoes. And also, we do business to business. We sell with a big quantity the shoes. The shoes cost us $10 maximum, sometimes $2, sometimes $5. It depends on the shoes. For example, if it's a boot or something like that, it can cost $10 maximum. So Lameir Shoes today, we want to operate in all the world, all the countries. We sell the shoes in Africa, in Canada, in USA, in Europe, in Asia, in a lot of countries. And last month, we make $10,000. We make each month a lot of money just in these shoes. And we want to everyone get and enjoy with Lameir Shoes. Thank you so much.
Excellent. No, so you're already, into revenue making. What are you trying to achieve here with the pitch now? What's the next phase for Lameir Shoes?
Yeah, the next is to operate in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, a lot of countries that it's very impossible exactly is in Africa, because Africa is a big market and it's very difficult. A lot of people, they are scared to enter to Africa, because in Africa, people, they don't pay in the card. For example, in my country, they don't pay the card. They don't accept the card to pay in the card. So we need to do cash on delivery. The shoes go and we need to pay it. And this is the risk. So we need to try to get the solution, and we need to put our shoes in some stores. We have started to communicate with a lot of brands, like SCYKK is a Turkish brand that operates in Turkish, Africa, Europe, a lot of countries, and we want to operate with a lot of stores to put our shoes, because we have a special collection to people who don't have time to spend in just create their shoes. And we can also put your name on the shoes. That will make us different, yeah.
Hi, thank you for that.
Yeah.
Can you describe for me your core customer? So if your shoe takes me 2 minutes to make, it costs me $30, it comes direct to my door.
Yeah.
Who is that customer?
Yeah, the customer is the woman who don't have a lot of money to spend their money in Louis Vuitton or something like that. Is women who want just to get the special shoes that they want, and women who want to shop shoes. All the women who want to shop shoes, because some people are scared about the quality. Yeah, we try to be eco-friendly quality. For example, we try to do sky. We try to do a lot of. It depends on the shoes, and we try to do our best quality. That will make us different. Because if we find the best quality here in Canada, it will cost us very, very too much. That's why we choose Africa, and we choose some countries like Malaysia, like a lot of countries, to buy shoes. To buy we make the shoes. We don't buy and sell it. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Yeah.
Can you walk me through the cost? So you've mentioned you're selling them for $30. It costs for the manufacturing $10 to make. Can you tell me a bit more on like the actual cost of the labor involved as well, the cost of like getting it shipped to your clients? So like at the end of the day, your margins are possibly significantly lower. So can you just walk me through all the cost that comes into it?
So for the cost is cost us maximum $10. It's about the shoes. Sometimes it costs us just $2. It's about it depends on the shoes. Also the packaging is cost us $0.5 maximum. The best quality of the packaging. And also about the shipping, it costs us $3. So we have $70 to get revenue like this in each shoes. So that's why it's a big revenue, big margin of revenue that we can get.
But you will have all your advertising costs that comes into it, and the ads. Is that also included?
As we spend $200 in the month. And for example, we have an Instagram page and we do content creation. We hire someone to do content creation. If we hire someone here in Canada, we will need to pay him in hour. If we hire someone in another country, for example, I hire a girl from Morocco. She worked for me for the all month just with $100. So it costs very, very cheap. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So it seems like a lot of the competitive advantage just comes from cost savings and maybe a good relationship with the manufacturer.
Yeah.
How do you protect that? How do you scale this without somebody else just realizing they could have the same relationship with that manufacturer and doing the same thing? So how do you protect this business and ensure that somebody else doesn't just
that's why we have in Morocco we have like something do like innovative. You protect your business. If someone wants to do the same idea, we can we can contact him. We can say to him, "Is not because we have like a certificate that show anyone cannot do another choice." And also, some people in our brand, they for example, a customer, they want to try to, for example, to say Hermes shoes or something like that, to do like copy code. Yeah. So that's why we have to, with our technology, we can protect this. To anyone can get this same style as the other brands. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I would now like to welcome Forcepace.
Whenever you have 1 minute left, I'm going to raise this red card.
So, did you know that 80% of all global shipping actually goes across the ocean? And that 41% of all shipping containers sailing across these waters are completely empty. This practice of having 20-foot and 40-foot steel containers go around the globe with absolutely nothing but air inside of them is also known as empty container repositioning, and it's one of the shipping industry's leading inefficiencies. Shipping lines, container leasing companies, and logistics operators alike are wasting billions of dollars annually on the fuel it costs to get these empty containers from point A to point B. And in the process, they're also emitting hundreds of millions of tons of avoidable CO2 into marine environments. And as this industry continues to grow, so does the scale of this problem. And this is where Forcepace comes in.
Forcepace offers a foldable shipping container solution. So with the side panels folding inwards, our shipping containers collapse to a quarter of its size. With the collapsible ability, our containers can be stacked into a pile of 4. And that pile of 4 can be stacked, handled, or transported just like your regular container. Also, in the shipping industry, every step comes to a hefty cost, especially with empty container repositioning. Every move consumes fuel and releases CO2. But with the logistic advantage of Forcepace, we can help the overseas shipping industry save almost 40% of cost and CO2 emissions. On top of being a CO2 and cost benefit solution, Forcepace helps improve on space management, optimizing efficiency for ports and shipping lines.
So our initial customer base would consist of logistic companies, shipping lines, and as well as operators. We do plan to enter this market through a 3-step plan. First would be an R&D development with a pilot program, leading us to our second step, which would be validating those operations of the pilot program. And then finally, we would end up with a B2B sales as well as licensing agreements. This would not only allow us to be in the trade market, but other markets as well, such as modular housing, portable military containers, and temporary storage units. This is thanks to us being a universal 20-foot container, but we do plan on developing one for the 40-foot container as well.
Forcepace's lightweight foldable shipping container is giving a solution to a world that is increasingly focused on efficiency and decarbonization. Forcepace, making global shipping cleaner, smarter, and foldable. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm wondering, who are you selling to?
So our primary target here is shipping lines. They're the ones that are mostly in charge of the containers that are going across waters, ports, and a lot of intermodal companies actually don't have much control as far as containers go. We're also looking at leasing companies, shipping leasing companies, because obviously they're giving the inventory to the shipping lines who decide to lease from them and use their containers. So those are our customers.
It seems like the market for shipping containers is pretty complex given the amount of people involved in it, and you can see the collapsible containers for when goods arrive off a ship and then they're put into collapsible containers at the port. Why hasn't the ship just started using the collapsible containers that already exist? Like, why isn't somebody already doing this if it's already being used at ports?
So the current competitors within foldable shipping containers use different forms of technology. Some of the competitors, there's only a handful really, some of them use foldable technology that's more complex to use. We're using vertical folding that goes along the horizontal bias of the walls. It's very easy to manually learn how to do as well as to operate for the operators. These companies have sometimes more complex folding mechanisms, and they're also, although they might have thought up this idea, I think the earliest one was in 2008. It took them a really long time to come up with their folding mechanisms, and their piloting is taking a very, very long time based in the markets that they're operating in. So that's why they're not really adopted to market yet. There is one company that has started selling to customers directly. They don't have a big market share whatsoever, and there's still some validation behind the cost efficiency of it all.
So it sounds as though speed to market will be important in this case. Can you just clarify for me your big differentiation or your big benefit for a Hapag-Lloyd compared to what's out there now? Is it that you can get to market faster and lots of positions can use it where it's not so complex, or can you just highlight that for us?
Yeah, for sure. So our, like I mentioned, our containers foldable technology is simpler to use, is simpler to learn and adapt at ports. The way that we're operating, we're also looking at intermodal transport. We're talking to people who work at CN Rails and stuff like that, and learning from their end what that looks like because they're using the same containers. The containers don't usually just stay on boats, they go through intermodal, which is extremely important. What sets us aside is we're also planning on creating an application where we can track containers so that companies can more easily decide where to loan them off. So let's say you have a container, it goes on a trail and then a truck, and then it goes to the store, unpacks. What do we do with that now? Well, instead of returning it back to its original port, it would allow for easier tracking of where to send it off, what other store to send it to, what other manufacturer to send it to, so it gets filled up and then brought back. So there's that efficiency as well, and not having to almost like guesswork where the containers are going actively because of the app with the tracking.
So that means you're going to help the decision maker figure out how to be more efficient, get goods, like reduce legs, get more goods in that otherwise empty container.
Exactly. So we were looking to reduce the problem of empty container repositioning, but we're also looking at increasing the efficiency of the use of containers within global shipping.
Have you started exploring, Jesus, have you started exploring how you might protect your innovation? How have you done a prior art search? Are you looking at the patent landscape to see if this new method of folding is protected, or can you protect it?
I feel bad, I'm taking all the questions. I'll start this one off and then I'll pass off to Hisham. So we've actually looked at the patents currently existing on the folding mechanisms, and the one that we're looking at is not patented at all, but there is IP room for that, there is patent room for that. So we know that once we have that designed, we can absolutely put a patent on it and make sure that no one else uses it. As far as the materials go, I'll pass it off to you.
So the materials would be pretty similar to what is already being used. So ideally, what we want to patent, what we want to protect, is really the folding mechanism, as Chloe said.
Yeah. But with the materials, because they would be different, there's also room for patenting on that, especially with future iterations where we're looking at making them more sustainable and are not just trying to use metal alloys. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Aquipath AI, if you could come down.
Thank you.
When you have 1 minute left, raise this one whenever you're ready.
Imagine it's an early morning in PEI. The wind is cold, the water is quiet, and Gordon Hardy is outside checking his oyster farm. Lately, for the Hardy family, when they take their oysters out, they have seen the same thing over and over. More dead oysters, more losses, and more uncertainty. Even though Hardy has taken only a fraction of his oyster lines out, he has already seen over 1.2 million oysters die. That's $500,000 in losses. And he's not alone. Since 2024, MSX has devastated the entire oyster industry in the East Atlantic region. Regulatory organizations like the DFO and the CFIA need strong evidence to understand how disease works and how to manage outbreaks. One way to get this evidence is through histopathology. Histopathology is a way to visually analyze oyster slides, a slice of tissue, and look at how disease is impacting it. However, that's where the problem starts. Histopathology is slow, expensive, and very hard to scale. At the Atlantic Veterinary College, the ABC, one of the main histology centers in the region, experts manually analyze these slides under a microscope, and they look for tiny biological factors across an enormous area. What this results in is a backlog of over 7,000 slides and a very clear capacity constraint. That's exactly where Aquipath AI comes in. Aquipath AI is a diagnostic support tool that helps pathologists by accelerating their workflow by highlighting these important biological factors. We are not building a black box model here. We are building an interpretable, explainable system that keeps the expert on the loop on why a decision was made. We believe that with this tool, we are able to support how many slides are processed by a lab like the ABC, and we estimate that our system can help increase this by 60%, providing over $80,000 in additional profit for each lab. We have been collaborating with Dr. David Groman, the senior pathologist at the ABC, and we have built a working prototype with over 87% accuracy agreement compared to the diagnosis made by an expert. This system is built in such a way that we can scale it to include other diseases in oysters, as well as expanding to other aquatic species in the future. And the story here is both about the resilience and the impact that we can have helping these diagnostic tools with regulatory bodies. So with Aquipath AI, we are aiming to support the experts, provide the needed fight to prevent disease from becoming disaster. Thank you.
Really well done, thank you. My question is less on the business model for today and more on the opportunity in the future. So you probably know here, we have the largest privately owned seafood company in the world. Talk to me when you said other species, paint that picture for us.
Yeah, absolutely. The system is built in a way that as long as we have the data necessary, the labeled data, we can input that to our model and train it to recognize other diseases. The system would need to be adapted depending on the species as the morphology changes a bit, but the stages would start with other shellfish, and then they could be expanded to other species.
I would also like to add that our current prototype only took us around 6 months to build, all as students part-time. So if we put full-time effort into this product, and we had a lot of more data with collaborations with different diagnostic labs, we could hopefully be able to incorporate more diseases and more species faster and reliably.
How would this compare to a PCR type test? So the way most diagnosis happens nowadays is with biological markers. And I guess, how does this, an AI system that's based on visual pathology compare to PCR-based testing?
Yeah, that's a wonderful question. So PCR tests are very fast and they are very accurate in the sense that they can detect MSX in oysters even if the amount is really low, but they do not give you actual feedback about how the oyster is. If it's still alive, even if there is present parasite in its body, how its state is, if it's feeding or not, if the tissue is inflamed or not. It doesn't give you the full biological context. On the other hand, manual histology does give you the full biological context. Dr. David Groman has told us that these tests do not compete, they actually complement one another, and it is backed by academic research as well. So by offering this program, we just want to make histology a stronger and more reliable tool.
Very cool. I'm just curious to see will you be the one servicing those tests, or will you be selling like a hardware sensor or something that the actual farmers or whoever you're selling to will be able to do it? Just curious to learn a bit more.
Yeah, so we are actually offering the software, not any hardware. We are a tool that pathologists can use to speed up their process. Instead of having to look for each biological cue in the slide by themselves, our system would highlight these biological cues, like instead of having to search for a needle in a haystack, we would highlight that needle, and then the pathologist would only have to check and verify if that particular highlighted area is correct or not. We're hoping to not replace the pathologist, but support the pathologist and help them so they can also use their free time for other important issues like other types of research or other avenues as well.
And on a small technical note there, this would be a cloud-based platform, so it would not involve any hardware at all.
So you had mentioned that you're complementing what the pathologist is doing today. How do you integrate with where the end user is? How do you get into their buying behavior? How do you get into their budget? Have you spoken to these pathologists and know there's room for this kind of spending? And tell me what that life cycle looks like.
So first of all, the revenue is calculated of the value that especially this idea provides to the pathologist. The first one is that the time that he saves, and also the volume that he can match using the tool and getting all the process much faster. And considering the second question, which was the revenue for this project, this comprises 3 types of revenue. The first one, it's the onboarding fee that they pay in order to, first of all, cover all the setup, like legal assistance and other expenses from the beginning. The second revenue that we also calculated, and it's especially good for this service, it's an annual license. This annual license would let us to have a constant revenue year by year. And the third thing, and how we will get the revenue from this project, would be using a $7 fee per slide. This will let us grow at the same time that the business also increase the volume, and at the same time that they also increase the revenue.
Yep, perfect. And regarding the pathologists, we are actively collaborating with the ABC. This project was an idea of the section head of aquatic diagnostics, Dr. David Groman, and he was thinking about how AI could be applied on something like that, so he recruited me to develop this kind of technical system.
Thank you.
If Prompt is here, I'd like to ask them to come down, please.
Whenever you have 1 minute left, whenever it's start. Whenever you're ready, you can start.
As of 2025, 74% of marketing teams said that AI is critical to their marketing success. Spending directed towards AI-powered marketing has been estimated to reach about $85 billion in 2027. Yet, many of these teams still use AI in tools that are isolated and still use AI in tools that are isolated and still use AI in tools that are isolated and many of these teams still use AI in tools that are isolated and removed from other tools. So basically disconnected, right? That causes slower campaigns and wastage of budgets, and also these companies are not able to track the revenue that they're not able to track the return on their AI investments. I've actually witnessed this problem firsthand. My co-founder, about 7 months ago, my co-founder and I started an AI creative agency, and we've been able to work with brands like Adidas and Mercedes, and we help them use AI to create social media content. Every of our content lives across 8 different tools. So we use ChatGPT for copy, we use Midjourney for images, we use Kling for video, and we lost hours and thousands of dollars just moving our assets across all these platforms. So we built an internal tool to streamline our process. And in just 3 months of using that tool on our own agency, we're able to reduce our production time by 50%. So Prompt, that tool is Prompt. Prompt is an AI-powered platform that combines all these tools into one system, and combines all these tools into one system and allows brands able to create marketing assets our marketing teams to be able to create assets for their brand. So we've actually launched this to the public, and currently we have about 3,000 users on the platform, and we are generating monthly recurring revenue from that. So we do have distribution, we do have connections to the brands that we're already working with, and that together is our moat. So the creative industry is changing, and brands need AI to stay competitive, and we're building the platform that helps brands stay competitive. So with your help from this pitch competition, we'll be able to take the next step. Thank you.
I'm going to jump in first, just to cut you some slack. Pitching is tough. The fact that you have results in market is really cool, so congratulations on that. And I lead an organization that surveyed our companies last week, and we learned that AI integration across platforms in operations is something that owner-operators in Atlantic Canada are facing and feeling in a really, really big way right now. So I think the solution you're bringing to market and already have operating in market is important. So good on you. My question is, can you describe, so who's your customer? Is it individual brands? Is it primarily B2C customers, B2B customers? Is it other agencies? Is it like Mercedes and Adidas?
So we do have two sides of the business. First is the agency side and the actual platform itself. The agency side is more for more bespoke clients like Adidas and Mercedes, where they need like the white glove treatment. And the platform side is for smaller brands that need high output of high quality creative assets, but don't have the budget to afford $15,000 retainers to marketing agencies.
Thank you.
So given that the environment around AI is changing so quickly, how do you maintain a competitive advantage by being the integrator? What does that look like going forward?
So you're right, the competitive landscape is changing a bit. Just in the past month, I think there have been like 4 new AI models. So we stay competitive by making sure we're the first people to integrate AI in very creative ways on the platform that helps other brands stay competitive as they're using our platform. For instance, one of the models that came out is it's called Kling 3.0, and it's one of the best video models currently. So what we do is that we create templates using that AI models, so a brand can easily just have a one-click deployment for most of their creative assets that they need to deploy on social media.
Really good that you have traction from your solution, so really impressive. I'm just curious about a bit more on your business model. So are you offering more consultant based on the tool you've developed in, or is it very much a software that is an all-in-one solution to create assets?
All right, so that touches on the 2 parts of our business. So the agency side is more of, we use our own tools to create these assets for the brands. Take for instance, Mercedes, we recently launched a campaign for them for one of their Formula 1 cars, the jerseys. So what we did is, they didn't have time to actually shoot that campaign. So the campaign was they travel around the world and show the jersey around the world. So what we did is we used AI to create all those scenes for them and integrate the videos they already took with that, right? The other side of that is the software part, where other smaller brands can use the platform to create those type of campaigns by themselves without needing to hire marketing agencies that cost $50,000 or upwards.
And maybe if I can add a second question to that. Canva, very well funded, really can do end-to-end marketing projects to it. How are you different from them, or what's your secret sauce that they might not have accomplished yet?
So the difference between us and Canva is we're trying to be more end-to-end automated. So within Canva, you can create your assets, but you can't really know the feedback of how it's working when you actually post it. So now the difference with Prompt is that you can connect all your Facebook ad accounts or your Instagram accounts, and you can pull that analytics directly into the platform, and you can see how well all your assets are performing out there and how your customers are responding to it, and then iterate from there. That's the beauty about AI. AI makes iteration very fast, and our platform allows you to tap into that power and be able to create and test assets very fast. That way you can directly see your return on investment.
Do I still need a media buyer in this equation? So you create the content, I can see how it's performing at lightning speed.
Yeah.
Am I still paying a media buyer, or are you taking that function as well?
So in the future version of Prompt, right now you wouldn't need a media buyer. Everything will be automated. So you describe what you want to create, the AI creates it, you approve it, and then you can publish it directly to your ad account and set your spending budget, and then it spends, and you see directly how that is performing. So your click-through rates, your click-through rates, your conversions, your add to carts, all of that data would be in Prompt directly. So you could test different variations of that same ad and everything else. So without needing a media buyer, just by yourself doing that.
And AI is describing my ideal customer. It's helping feed those things back to me.
Exactly.
Where I might pay for an expert before to test with these demographics.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right, that's time. Thank you.
if Evoxify is here, could they come up, please?
Thank you. Whenever you have one minute left, I'm going to raise this one. Whenever you're ready.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ilyas Aderbaz, and I'm the founder of Evoxify. At Evoxify, we automate the entire front office operations for service businesses. Our systems help companies answer calls, qualify bookings, understand the lead's intent, and ultimately ensure that no revenue is lost to calls getting answered without adding the additional headcount. You see, your phone is the biggest revenue channel for service businesses. And unfortunately, 47% of calls go unanswered, whether that's after hours, holiday seasons, and so on. And that means that businesses are losing big. Leads go cold, the automation sequences are emptied, follow-ups are inconsistent, and the staff have to deal with the same tedious, repetitive tasks constantly. You see, that is where we step in. At Evoxify, we automate the processes of these service businesses. We create a system that actually engages with the customers. It handles their calls. It filters out the request. And we schedule the appointment with the right automation processes after that. To understand that, service businesses nowadays are constantly fearing that they are constantly losing their customers to the next person that is going to pick up the phone call and answer the leads. And it's pretty easy to frame it. The reality of the situation is, with these business owners, it's not tough to understand that when leads are not answered, bookings are not picked up, and operational bottlenecks are starting to rise up, that it is a solution they need for their businesses. And we don't think that is the case, we know it is. Because we have case studies with operation. We are currently in the process of working with 19 different companies and across 12 different verticals, and have answered already more than 26,000 phone calls. Where we have a partner in California for a roofing company that we've managed to recover $127,000 of lost revenue over the past 3 months due to these inconsistent bookings that were actually automated using Evoxify. And that's where the reality of our platform comes in. We are not providing a solution that just simply picks up the phone call and answers it like the IVR sequence. No, we understand the user. We understand the clients that is constantly calling, that is voicing out their concerns. We automate that sequence and we trigger the right follow-up sequences to ensure that there is that speed to lead element and that they are met with the right concerns. I'm here asking for $3,000 to help support our integration with a auto body shop company franchise, then help deploy Evoxify to 24 different auto body shops across New York, Los Angeles, Miami, and East Coast United States.
Sure. So what would prevent a competitor from entering this space that you're already in? Like, are there any moats you can create to help fend off new entrants?
Absolutely. So the biggest thing that we have to our advantage is how human it sounds. And the fact that the AI is capable of understanding the intent. We use proprietary technology, where it's not to say that other competitors are not going to establish the same technology yet, but our biggest most comes in the sales strategies that we've deployed, where every single day we have a team strategies of SDRs and BDRs of over 5 people that are constantly picking up the phone call, 400 calls that is getting placed by every single sales rep to ensure that we are there first to the market and capturing it as fast as possible.
Are you going to be automating that process?
No, because you can never sell somebody in the very first call. We actually, what happens within the process is first we have setters that then disclose the call, and then the actual closers hop into the meeting where they end up closing the deal.
How'd you get your first customers?
Warm intros. Our first customer was a private aviation company. And, they were within my personal contact. I reached out, understood their systems. And that's actually what helped frame us and propel us to the pace that we're scaling at currently. It's the fact that we were able to work with a high-end business. And, we work with clients throughout high-ticket industries, from, businesses that losing one single call could mean they're losing on 30, 40, 60 plus $1,000 throughout a single client. And as well as high-volume clients, which are, businesses that get a bunch of calls bombarded by it every single day, such as, plumbing, HVAC, med spas, and that sort of thing. Yep.
How long have you been working on this?
7 months.
And how big is your team?
Our team is architect and a data and machine learning engineer. Yep. We occasionally outsource some of the work, though.
Okay, it's interesting because, if you're already in 12 verticals, the metrics are quite, that's essentially what I'm getting to, is that the speed at which you're going to is quite interesting. The landscape, like Andre mentioned, is going to, we've seen a lot of booking voice agents, essentially. What I'm getting to is
she's interested. That's what she's saying.
Yeah, we can close that deal right after.
How much revenue have you had, and what are the next milestones for the next 3 to 6 months?
Regarding revenue, I'm not sure I want to disclose it, but it's approaching the 6-figure mark right now. Yeah.
And your milestones for the next 3 to 6 months?
For Q4, so by the end of the year, we want to have over $270,000 in revenue and netting, because we actually have a significant COGS when it comes to the operations, with the first-time setup fee, the licensing fee, which breaks in most of our revenue, as well as the minutes fee. So, we're pretty profitable. We are trying to net $200,000 by the end of Q4.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
What's some of the feedback you're getting from your customers? So you've got a lot of users going through it. I'm sure there's a lot of good feedback, but is this something where you're capturing lost revenue just because somebody was able to basically open a phone, whether it was AI or in person? Or is this something where you're actually better than the other automated services already in place?
So we are capable of capturing, what we noticed for the feedback is they're loving it. And our biggest actually revenue model that is coming through right now is through warm outreach and through referrals, where those clients are constantly bringing us different referrals. And it's very interesting that, it's not just through booking appointments because the call is actually handling it. I'm not sure if anyone here has ever heard of Chase Hughes. No, probably. Okay, so he's a psychologist who has a university online, was on Joe Rogan recently, and our partner, he managed to get that person who doesn't even have a service business, It's a university, it's an online course, and he's using it in his platform to constantly drive, sales across that. So it's not just purely through the service revenue and business standpoint yet.
All right. I don't think we have time, unless it's a very quick one.
I'd just like to ask, you mentioned private aviation auto body franchise as the upcoming opportunity. What are the 3 or 4 verticals that are the best for your solution today?
The biggest vertical that is providing us, the biggest revenue is when it comes to med spas and aesthetic clients. Okay. That's by far the biggest revenue markup for us, yeah.
Yep, makes sense.
All right, thank you.
All right, thanks.
Lazy Day Eats.
Whenever you have 1 minute left, I'm going to raise this one. Okay? So whenever you're ready, you can start.
You just got back from a 6-hour day of classes. You're exhausted and starving. You get home, open the fridge, it's full, yet you still can't decide what you want to eat. So you close the fridge, grab your phone, and order takeout. Again, leaving those ingredients to rot while your bank account takes another hit. This is the daily reality for over 6,000 UPEI and Holland College students, and millions more across Canada. I thought this was a food access problem, but after 50 customer discovery interviews, I realized it's not. It's a mental energy problem. 70% of the students I interviewed admitted to skipping or ordering takeout due to decision fatigue alone. Not because their fridges were empty, because their brains were. I interviewed culinary arts students, people who cook for a living, and even they admitted to this, proving it isn't a lack of skill, but rather a lack of will. My name is Vake, and I built Lazy Day Eats to bridge this energy gap. Lazy Day Eats is a lazy first meal app that filters recipes based on psychological energy level, inventory available, and optional preferences. Users simply pick an energy level between zombie, tired, or alive. Take one photo of your fridge and add in any optional preferences or restrictions, and the app generates one matching recipe. Not 10, not 3, just one, that perfectly matches what you have and how you feel. We validated every design choice through our interviews. Students didn't want more options. Options were part of the problem. So we cut down recipe suggestions from a list to just one, effectively eliminating cognitive overload. We incorporated the use of AI fridge scanners to reduce manual entry to 0, as well as cultural and dietary filters for international students missing the taste of home. Our MVP is currently live and testing, gathering real feedback from real users. Delivery apps cost $30 and take 30 minutes on a good day. Meal apps like Supercook generate thousands of recipes with little guidance, which only worsens decision fatigue. ChatGPT requires complex prompting, extra mental work when you're already tired. Lazy Day Eats is the only zero-decision path between a hungry student and a finished meal. The business operates on a freemium subscription model at $4.99 a month, plus affiliate commissions from partners like Walmart and Instacart. Our beachhead are those 6,000 UPEI and Holland College students. At just 5% conversion, we can generate up to $18,000 in annual recurring revenue. And that's the floor. At 25% penetration of that same campus market, we're looking at up to $90,000. Scale to just 1% of the 2.2 million Canadian post-secondary students in our serviceable market, and we can generate up to $13 million in annual recurring revenue. The market is massive. The problem is universal, and no one has solved it the way we have. The student food problem isn't going anywhere, and neither is mental fatigue. But the way students eat, that we can change. Stop staring and start eating. Thank you.
I think this problem is not only student specific, but to every working professional, because after a long day at work, I run into this problem quite often. So I feel it. I guess my question here is that what's the value that you actually bring compared to like a ChatGPT? Because I've in the past taken a photo of my fridge, just give me one recipe, and it works kind of perfect. So I kind of just want to get your insights on that.
Yeah. To use ChatGPT, you'd have to tell ChatGPT your preferences, you'd have to tell it the ingredients you have to tell it how much energy, you have to tell it how much time, you have to tell it what type of meals you prefer. That's multiple steps to get to one solution, and you have to do all of this manually. With Lazy Day Eats, these features are already built in, specifically built for students and potentially adults facing this problem. You get it in 3 taps, only 2 being necessary. Take a simple photo of your fridge and add in your energy level, and you've gotten your meal.
But the same can be done on GPT, where you can just upload your photo and they will assess whatever's in your fridge and get you a recipe.
Yes, definitely. It can be done in ChatGPT as well. However, for students who just came back from school, they don't have the energy or the time to manually type in everything. So Lazy Day Eats gets you there in just 2 taps.
How do you make this something that works into, not just a one-off, but like a daily routine? So I'm sure most of us don't have that much variety. Like when we go to the grocery store, it's pretty consistent with what's in our fridge. It seems like this would be something I would use once or twice, and then I would kind of know what the recipes it's going to prompt out. Is this something that you would tweak going forward to make sure people come back to it on a regular basis, or other features that would make me use it regularly? Or is this something where you're just hoping they're consistently lazy? And
Yes, definitely. So the meal generation feature has a lot of variety. Now you enter you scan your fridge with one photo, you enter your preferences. So that could be one day you feel like eating African food, you put in African food. One day you feel like eating Mexican food, you put in Mexican, or European or Caribbean, you put in whatever you need. We also have a meal planning feature for planning ahead of time. So instead of using it every single day, you can use it one day and then just open the app and see your saved meals.
is that what somebody would put into their schedule, like when they're doing groceries? So that's what you're going to build into my routine, that I'm opening this app?
Yes.
Okay.
How will you keep a competitive advantage over the increasing sophistication of ChatGPT and some others?
Yeah, so right now, our biggest advantage is speed, as well as a close relationship with the student union at UPEI and Holland College. Our MVP is already live and testing, gathering real data. With the $3,000, we can launch the building of the actual app and get it done in 2 to 3 months.
Yeah, no, it is, this whole AI space is so fast. Like we were talking about that earlier. It's like, it's disrupting the whole SaaS model and everything else. So I don't have anything else to add as a question, just to be fast, I guess, because to Tracy's point, these things are evolving rather quickly. How do you protect it? How do you get your brand out there? How do you make sure that your customers are keeping engaged, to Duncan's point as well, and then keeping them hooked on it and making sure their recurring revenue keeps going, right? It's not really a question, more of a comment, I guess.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So if we could ask Little Buddy's Daycare to come down, that would be.
Not here? Okay.
Oh.
Oh, okay, then I guess we will have a short 15-minute break before we proceed with the growth category. Thank you.
Typically, which can actually be a little bit easier because this one, yeah, because it was like, and for a kid that's usually really quiet, like doesn't want to make a big deal out of it, he was like, so there was a good 10 minutes where I'm usually the one that's like, yeah, bro. I'm usually the one that's like, this one, I was like, shut up, I don't even listen, like, I can't get started. And even she was like, kind of like slurping because she was like, it just feels weird. I'm gonna normalize that. What the reward was, in fact, to keep his vision. I think he was happy enough with that. Yeah, rationalized it that. You know what? Yeah, this next day we went outside and I jokingly said, "Hey,
You didn't learn anything. Did you learn nothing? Did you learn nothing? And then I said, maybe we should wear safety glasses next time. I was like, that's a good idea. Like just moving on. Yeah, but you just kind of stress me out. Maybe he like scared himself. Maybe he looked in his eyes and like he was really worried. And so he was just like, it's not a problem. Because that's how I would handle it. Like rationalizing how it would. And then, we made a big snowman. And then falling asleep last night. I shot my lays with him to go to sleep. And they must have been having a rain weather coming. And he realized the snow was coming. And so I was downstairs playing dinner. So I saw out the window. It's like 7:30. He started to look at hotel. I see him running through the front yard in his PJs, going to hug the snow. He was devastated. Just a little 4-year-old nodding off like I know. Oh yeah. Oh, of course. Like he's on a routine of hugging his snowman. So this is that's like
Okay.
Yes, I can't see for that light at all.
That's my halo. let me turn off my halo.
Okay.
I looked up there. I couldn't see anything.
I couldn't see anything either. It was crazy.
All right, so we do have it. Here we go.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome back. Before we resume the presentations, I'd like to invite Ken Kent, UNB's Chair in Entrepreneurship for Digital Transformation, to come and say a few words.
I didn't think you were that short. Okay. But you're scary. Hi, everybody. My name's Ken Kent. I'm the Barrett Chair in Entrepreneurship for Digital Transformation. It's a position that was created by Bill and Ed Barrett in wanting to promote and get students in computer science more involved in entrepreneurship. So I noticed today there's some of them here pitching as part of the fabulous group of people that have pitched so far today, and some more to come. I'd like to echo one of the comments that was said earlier. It takes a lot of courage and a lot of tenacity to get up and pitch and think about creating your own venture and push it. So I encourage you to keep it going and do whatever you can to make it happen. With that said, there's a great ecosystem here at the university to help you in doing that. One of the things that I try to do in computer science is for computer science students who are interested in trying to create their own venture, I'm there to support you and help you in any way that I can. So just feel free to come by and knock at my door. And for all of the rest of you, computer science students as well, I notice there's a lot of ventures that are promoting the idea of software technology as part of your solution. There's a lot of computer science students that have a great technical skills and are looking at ventures they'd like to work with and partner with and helping them push that. So by all means, if there's a software component and you're looking for help, please reach out and let me know and see what I can do to help you with that. Okay? Good luck in the competition.
Yes, I am that short. Thank you, Ken. So to start us off for the growth category, I would like to welcome Sea Green Solutions.
Do you want to use this? I think I use that one, yeah.
You have 3 minutes, and whenever you have 1 minute left, I'm going to raise this red bar.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, Igor. Hi everyone, my name is Marie and I'm CEO and co-founder of Sea Green Solutions. I'm also a grad student in seaweed research here at UNB. Climate scientist Johan Rockström once said, "Climate change is the single greatest challenge humanity has ever faced. And yet despite we knowing this, we are acting really slow in that matter. So what we need is simple, sustainable and scalable solutions. And we at Sea Green Solutions harnessing one of the ocean's most powerful but overlooked climate tool, seaweed. And we want to turn it into a long-term carbon removal solution, which is in this bag. Seaweed is one of the fastest growing organisms on Earth, and it can grow up to a foot per day, and it can remove millions of tons of CO2 every year. But when seaweed washes ashore, it decays, and all that captured carbon goes into the atmosphere again. So we at Sea Green, we want to collect that seaweed before it decays and turn it into biochar. Biochar can lock in carbon for hundreds to thousands of years, while also being really powerful soil conditioner, soil amendment. That improves the soil structure, soil water retention, and nutrients. And most biochars you find on the market today is wood-based biochar, which is great because it also can sequester a lot of carbon, but it lacks nutrients. And when you think about it, seaweed is growing in the ocean, so when it grows, it captures all the nutrients in the sea, which is, for example, potassium, calcium, and magnesium. And all those nutrients are really important for plant growth. So when we turn our seaweed into biochar, we're doing two things. We store carbon by also adding natural plant nutrients back into the soil. And this summer, Seagreen has several pilot projects. One is with the city. We want to test our product and we want to know how much carbon are we actually sequestering, what's the nutrients doing, and all those important parameters. So we at Seagreen Solutions believe seaweed is a really powerful tool for climate restoration, and it can be a cornerstone for that as well. Thank you so much.
Sure, yeah. Where are you in, I mean, you have great packaging. Have you started to explore trademarking and that sort of thing?
Yeah, so we are with the packaging. We are still developing what we want to go with. Right now, we are really in the thick of piloting and getting all our measurements based on the research together. And then we need to work on that for sure.
Thanks for the great presentation.
Thank you.
I'm wondering, who is your ideal customer? You mentioned working with the municipality, but is it a B2B
Yes.
or B2C?
B2B for now. So our market is right now independent garden centers. We have letters of intent from the co-op in Fredericton here, from the country store, as well as Scott's Nursery. And we did a pitch with Boost Fredericton, and we didn't really expect to work with municipalities, but it worked out really well. And now we have a pilot project with the city. They want to use the biochar in the nice pots they have in summer, because their concern is the water retention. Without the biochar, is looks like a Swiss cheese under the microscope, and it holds nutrients and water. And we did some pre-testing. In last summer, and we had 30% more water retention in the biochar compared to the non-biochar.
Cool. Thank you.
Really good pitch, Mary. Can you remind me, at scale, from a cost perspective, how does seaweed compare from wood biochar?
Yeah, so the wood biochar is, as I said, is also a great opportunity, and it sequesters carbon as much as well as seaweed. But from the component of if you want to use it in, for example, for your garden, you have more nutrients naturally in it, which is releasing it slowly over time. And since we are at the coast in the Bay of Fundy, we have a lot of seaweed on the shores we can collect.
Can you talk to us a little bit more about the problem you're solving with the end user? So it seems like it has a little bit more nutrients, or not, it has more nutrients, but they must be supplementing with something in the meantime, where they're using a biochar and supplementing for nutrients.
So the main, to paint a picture for you. So right now, what we are doing as a human, and overall, we are using a lot of chemical fertilizers in that regards. And if you think about putting something on soil, and it rains, it washes it out, and then it goes in the river, in our rivers. Right now we have those blooms. So with this product, we are able to solve that problem, because it would hold the nutrients, and you still could use some fertilizer. I'm not saying this is an all-round solution, right? It's a solution towards a bigger picture of healing the earth. So that is one aspect, and as well, we have the seaweed on the shores. So it's there, and we can use it, and it has two benefits. We turn it into a product, and this product holds the carbon. And once we have those numbers, we can actually say how much it was stored in this product, for example.
Can I follow up to ask, how important is that sustainability narrative to your customer? Is that a big selling value prop for the municipality, or is it that it retains 30% more water, which has an operational efficiency?
Yeah, so what you're saying there is very important. Based on the customer, with the city, they are more interested in the water retention for now. But I think it could be interesting long term to have some story behind that. For example, my co-founder Joel, he's very creative, and his idea was to have a QR code on each of those pots, and then the community knows how much CO2 was sequestered in those flower pots, which could be interesting to people who are interested in saving the planet.
Can you speak to your sourcing methods? Because I mean, at the end of the day, harvesting seaweed is going to take some time. It's going to take some infrastructure, and also what kind of sustainability metrics can be around the seaweed consumption, essentially.
Yeah. So for now, we are planning not to have a kelp farm. Like we planning to like clean up the beaches, and someone in PEI is doing that as well for like 3 decades with like horses. We are, for now, for this pilot summer, we are planning to do it by ourselves, getting some helping hands and cleaning up some beaches. But long term, we are planning to have a kelp farm and scaling up with that.
One more quick question. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to the next, I would like to invite Optimate, please.
Yeah. Hi everyone, my name is Mariam. I want to start with a quick question. Do you know how delivery companies decide the fastest way to deliver, for example, 1,000 of packages across a city like Fredericton? Actually, yeah, companies are dealing with solving these kind of scheduling problems. And for big companies, it's like a mathematical headache for them. So they are trying to use mathematical optimization to solve this kind of scheduling problem. So in this case, computers search through all possible solutions to find the best one. But there is a hidden problem here. Because there might be some identical solutions, so in this case, computers may repeat some works again and again without introducing any new information. In mathematics, we call it symmetry. Actually, when symmetry exists in a ILP, I mean integer linear programmings, it means that computers may struggle with the same data. So my computer science master research is focusing on actually dealing with these symmetry solutions. And I use the geometry idea to construct a quadratic separator that I call it cone-based separator. To recognize this symmetry among possible solutions and then get rid of it. Just imagine it like a smart Caesar that when the solvers try to solve a solution, actually, the interesting part of my approach is that before starting the solver solution, it's like a pre-processing step that we get rid of some symmetric copies. So big industries are using optimization problem, and it is so important for them to decrease the time of the search and the cost and increase the efficiency of their resources. And they can actually model their resources in the integer linear programmings by considering this symmetry and just get rid of all these symmetric copies to find the best solution. These big industries are like airlines and hospitals for assigning shifts and something like this. And with your support, I have the plan to actually progress more on my sim tech approach and offer them to big companies. Thank you.
Can you walk me on the competitive landscape in the industry you're in, and what's your secret sauce?
Actually, in terms of other current approaches, they are dealing with considering the symmetry among the solving process. But my approach is different. It's like a geometry approach that is dealing with finding this symmetry in the pre-processing step. So before the solver starts the solving, it will recognize those symmetric copies of the solutions and just get rid of those, and then solvers can just spend less time to just focus on the not identical, actually, solutions.
So essentially your secret sauce is the time efficiency.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Thank you.
You're
Do you have any feedback from who the end user would be and whether this is a problem they know they have, or are they happy with the solutions they have at the moment? What's the feedback look like?
Actually, I implemented this approach in one of the optimization solver, which is called Skip. And it has a Python interface called PySkipDop. For the small case of the ILP problems, it is able to cut off those symmetric copies simultaneously and in a really short time. But I'm working on the big ILPs, and my experiments are not done yet. But yeah, I think maybe in the future I would be able to make it more in the real world actually. Yeah.
Can I ask, who is the best customer that you're solving for? Right away, I think FedEx, UPS, Canada Post, but is that the customer you're solving for?
Yeah, exactly. Big industries like transportations, hospitals, when they want to assign, for example, their nurses for hospital shifts or for the flights, scheduling flights for airline crews. So yeah, they can use this because, you know, I want to explain it by a real example. Imagine that we have two nurses with the same availability, same rules, and same experiment, and the hospital wants to assign them shifts. Solver will consider, for example, nurse number 1 for morning shift and nurse number 2 evening shifts, but it may propose another one. For example, nurse number 1 for evening shifts and nurse number 2 for morning shifts. Computers are not aware that these are the same because the nurses are identical here. It's not important that, because they are available, right? But when computers are not aware, they are struggling with searching through these identical solutions. So by my approach, one of them will be removed, and so then solver can spend less time. And this is a really expensive, experimental process for big companies. So yeah, that would be so helpful for them.
So following up on that, what is the concept here? Are you looking to create a new software, like a new optimization platform for these scheduling devices or platforms, or are you going to be licensing your new development to one of these pre-existing software companies?
What I did for now is that for the theoretical parts, I designed this quadratic separator, and it is able to recognize and cut those symmetric copies of the solutions. What I work is on the circular matrices to design these symmetry ILPs. What companies can do is that they can, with respect to their rules, like work hours, limitations, everything, they can design their constraints, variables, objective function, and then apply this quadratic separator. So in this case, they can remove those symmetric copies of their solution in the experiment part.
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amazing. Your song selection's spot on.
Not mine. Hey, they're enjoying them.
Now I would like to ask Goten to come down, please.
Whenever you have 1 minute left, I'm going to raise this one. Okay?
Oh, okay. Hi everyone, so I'm Farhana Ahmed, and when I came here first as an international student, I was obviously like other international students looking for work, and I didn't have a job for like 2 months. I wasn't earning anything. And then when I started doing my job, they were not giving me enough hours, and I couldn't even take up like another work because like with limited availability, I cannot do 2 jobs at once. So I was looking for like a platform like some gig jobs or something that can like pay off for like the rest of my hours. And then a neighbor of mine actually like told me to babysit her cat, like pet sit her cat. So I was like, oh, okay, yeah, that's an interesting job. And then I saw like a lot of people, like the local communities, they have like problem like this where they need help with like their regular jobs, like babysitting, cat sitting, snow removal, like furniture, like help for furniture moving and everything. And then I found out, okay, so the international students might be able to like help in cheap for that. They might pitch in. So that like the idea is simple. The locals need help with like small everyday tasks for cheap price and good connectivity, and we need more working hours. So that's where my idea come in. Goten. So how does it work? So it's gonna be an online-based platform where if someone needs like help with something, they're just gonna post the gig. Okay, like I need 5 hours like to babysit my child, and then the students nearby can sit, they can take up the job, and then the person who posted it, they can just go online and check like their profile because there's gonna be like reviews and everything, and if they like them, they can like take them up. That's how it is gonna be working. So yeah, and also my app, like I was thinking about like keeping like a switch, like start and stop switch in the app, because like we as a student are working, so when they're gonna start working, they have to start like press like start app, and then when they like done with their work, they have to press okay stop working, so that we can actually like know how many hours are we working. So like this, we are literally solving a simple problem, that a connection, a breach where actually students can work more hours like flexibly, and the communities we can get more help, and this way they can actually interconnect, like the students can interconnect, the communities can interconnect, we can make a better community. So yeah, it's just help and connection 1 click away.
So I understand, so I'm going away and I need my dog sat. So I love this idea. So I understand how it works for me. Can you describe your revenue model? How are you making money?
Oh yeah, so if they post the gigs, let's say they are doing $50 for like 5 hours of work, then we will take like 5 to 7% commission. That's what I have come up with. Right now we have some competitors too, like let's say TaskRabbit, they're doing something similar like this, or indirect competitors, maybe Facebook Marketplace or Indeed, but they're not corely working with like communities, or let's say they're not really tracking or like doing profile reviews, but we are gonna have that in our app so that the community people are safe and students are also safe like from their side. So it's gonna be like less risk.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was going with that. Like, what is the main differentiator from TaskRabbit? Because that's the question I had, so you've addressed it. How are you building this? What is the next steps for you in terms of building this out? Do you have a team? What's your background?
So I'm a computer science student in my final year right now, so this is going to be my last semester. So I have a few friends that I have discussed this problem with, because they are like all the international students, they are facing the similar problem. They need flexible working hours apart from all the part-time minimum wage jobs. Like they need like some time like where they can like, you know, like sit their hours around their class times, you know. So that's why when like I talked with them and they're like, okay, if you want to move up, we're gonna help you. We're gonna stick together. So I was like, okay, yeah, that's a good thing. Appreciate it. So I talked with some of my friends. They literally told me, okay, they'd be really happy if I can actually come up with something like this. And I was like, okay, it looks tough, but we can work it out. We have to start somewhere. So I told them, okay, like I talked with some of my friends. They're like, one is from VBA department because of course I need some marketing and that kind of help. Also, I myself is a computer science student. I am I'm mostly professional AI, so I think that can come handy. And some of my friends are very good software builders, so I think I'm gonna take their help too. And we're gonna try come up with a database like a beta app or something, so that we can try out how it works. And for marketing, we're thinking, since I'm an UNB student, like of course we're gonna start from here, and we are gonna have some advantage as students because we are students and we are the main problem facers here. So we're thinking about like, okay, we can try and we can like build up a team together, like for the beta app first, and then I think within 5-6 months we can do that. It's not that tough, I would say. Like, and at the same time, with marketing and everything, we can actually like take help from UNB student communities, so they can come in, help with the surveys and everything. I think it would be great if we can do that.
I have 2 questions.
Yeah.
They're kind of related. The first one is you're building a 2-sided marketplace. So you're building one for the job seekers that are trying to like find employment, and then you have the actual clients. How will you make sure that you are able to onboard the job seekers and also like attract the actual clients? So that's my first question.
Yeah. So about that, like, I have already mentioned that the platforms that are existing right now, they are very vast. Like, they are not like centered, or like, if you look at Indeed, they like post all kind of jobs, and they're mostly like exact part-time jobs. Like, I work in Superstore, I have worked in McDonald's, I've worked a couple of jobs, and I have got all of them from Indeed, right? But they're like very specific kind of job that I have to take up. But then when I'm not getting, let's say like I got 24 hours a week that I can work, and I'm getting like 18 hours from McDonald's, and I need 4 hours more. But I cannot go on Indeed and find another job that will give me only 4 hours a week. They won't like let me work like that. But if I can like take some gigs, like, okay, yeah, I can see like, I can like, let's say I have 4 hours left from my week. And then I go on and I see, okay, someone has a 4-hour gig for me. Okay, yeah, I need like 4 hours of time for to clean my yard. I can take that up. And I think all the students will do that too. Like, if they have 7-8 hours left in their like a specific time, they're gonna take up gigs like that we cannot do in TaskRabbit. Or because TaskRabbit, they don't really like calculate your hours, so it's not legally correct for us. So if we want to legally do this, we have to like legally count the hours. That's why that thing came in my mind, that if I want to go for Indeed Marketplace, yeah, I can take up that, but they're not like completely centered with community help or student help. But if we do this, we're going to do this corely like based on building a better connection and more flexible working hour and help for local communities and the students. Like, yeah.
Do you want me to take your question? When building your platform, how do you make sure that the users stick to it, and they don't have the one person that they like for their pet setting, and then they take that transaction off the platform?
Well, for that, we're gonna, just like Google, we're gonna take like a review section and rating section, so that like if I need help with something and someone has accepted my request, I can go check their profile. I can check their reviews, I can check their rating, like how other people, what kind of experience other people have with this person, and if that person already have this kind of experience or not. Like, so that's how because I'm not obliged to accept every person that is accepting my request. I can actually like go through their profile and see if they are like good enough to take up my job, and if I have that kind of trust in them, I'm gonna go there. Also, all the profiles are gonna be verified, so that there is like nothing shady happens. We'll make sure of that too, so that it can be like very trusted for the communities, because I understand how sometimes it's like really hard to trust people you meet online. So that's why we're gonna keep like the verified badges and everything. Of course, we're gonna verify with their badges too, that if they are a student or not, so that both parties can be like very safe, like what's happening in there. Yeah, thank you so much.
But I can, if I have the ID, I can go in the system. But I don't.
I'd like to ask Safe and Victor to come down, please.
I'm cool with this one.
Okay.
Whenever you have 1 minute left, I'm going to raise this red card. Okay?
Okay.
Whenever you're ready, you can start, and I'll start the timer.
Hello, everyone. My name is Safe.
And I'm Victor.
And we are here with Wisdom Link. According to our research, 20% of Canadians are 65 or older. This is only expected to grow to 25% by 2035. We found in our research that 1/3 of this elderly population report frequent loneliness, which may ultimately lead to decreased health outcomes and cognitive decline for the elderly population. This is why me and Victor created Wisdom Link, an online social platform where elderly can connect and interact with other elderly users.
Now, a little bit about our differentiation and why we're not just another online communication platform. So the number one thing that we want to highlight that kind of sets us apart from other online chatting things is the focus on the elderly that we have. In an age right now where technology is consuming and even younger audiences are having challenging times navigating the online platforms and they find a lot of distractions, how do we think that would affect the elderly? This is a growing concern and something that we hope to address by having a very user-friendly interface, which although current chat platforms do exist, they kind of fail to capture this very important thing we found. So we would do this in the
form of having very accessible, easy buttons, a user interface of telling them how to use the website, and that would make it much easier for the target audience to actually interact with our intended website. Next, the other thing that I think makes us very different is our low initial startup cost compared to a lot of traditional business models. What we hope to do is create a website and strategic partnerships, which we'll talk about later, which we believe are relatively inexpensive and relatively easy to scale up, which is our kind of our selling point. Next, our financials. We kind of split this up into 3 stages. For our startup, we expect this to be not an expensive startup, and it's good because we hope to apply for grants via governments. We think this is a cause that governments would actually support, because for one, it supports the healthcare industry, which we'll talk about later, and for 2, it's a social cause, not just an independent cause. And next, stage 2, our operations. The main 2 things which we hope to spend on is 1, our website maintenance, making sure it's always up, and our moderation. And stage 3 of how we actually hope to increase our revenue and gain revenue is primarily through our partnerships, which are strategic, and we hope to do them in a way where we partner with local communities and companies and government organizations which align with our goals, and we hope to translate this to the advertisements that we run on our website to have this in a way where the users are getting ads that are not just these random ads that you might see, but actually relevant ones.
Thank you. So the impacts we're going to talk about are twofold. There are impacts on the individual level as well as impacts on the societal level. On the individual level, this will help individuals increase their social well-being as well as maintain a strong sense of cognitive health. On the societal level, this will help decrease healthcare burden in Canada. In Canada, healthcare spending on the elderly population comprises 50% of healthcare spending. So Wisdom Link only helps to address the growing problem of elderly loneliness, one link at a time. Thank you.
What stage are you currently at? Do you have feedback from users that would be elderly users that can give you a sense of this is a problem that they are experiencing and B, like they want it solved in this fashion? So do you have some real testimonials or research that you can give on that?
Yes, the primary research, we are kind of at an early stage right now, but what we most found is it was on Statistics Canada, even the statistics we stated very early on, that this growing demographic is having. And we did start this kind of idea 2 months ago, started thinking about it. It's a good thing to go out and talk about it. We haven't done many things in terms of going up to, for example, a company and asking them whether they would need it, but on an individual, we have talked to some people, and I thought it related to what we were saying, but also on a larger scale. We couldn't interview that many people yet, but we found that at large it aligned with what we had seen on the Statistics Canada page, and the growing demographic was also seen there, and that's why we thought it would be especially good to invest today, because if it's a growing market, that ever shows the concern to invest today versus later when the market's already been growing and the need for it should have been addressed much earlier than, well, I think others could have seen, so.
Igor, can I do one follow-up to that?
You can do a follow-up.
A lot of the research that we see now is that social media doesn't solve a lot of mental health and loneliness issues for younger generations. Do you have research that shows the opposite for elderly, that if there is a demand for this, that this would actually solve the issues that you've presented?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question. So in terms of the elderly population, we have kind of looked at kind of the scoping literature review and looked at some of the papers out there. Oh, thank you. Hello? Okay. Yeah, so a lot of the data and a lot of the literature out there states that, not social media specifically, but there is some benefits to social interaction, to social connections, and to people from an elderly population meeting up with other like-minded individuals and kind of interacting, sharing ideas, sharing memories, and kind of practicing skills that they practice throughout their life, such as communication, such as interactions, such as practicing, cognition and maintaining that good balance. There is a lot of research that says, things such as social isolation, transportation problems, there are a lot of barriers that exist when people get older, and this kind of eliminates a lot of those barriers, makes it very easy for elderly to interact with one another, and kind of makes it in a very user-friendly way. So this is a growing trend, this is a growing area of research, and we only continue to kind of grow into that avenue. Thank you.
Thank you for your pitch. I would probably, as a point of recommendation, recommend doing, I know you've read some Statistic Canada, but I would probably do some interviews with more senior populations, see if that's actually a tool they would use, because usually seniors are not necessarily tech savvy, so adoption would be quite low. And for that type of solution that you're offering, like I kind of see it as a Facebook for seniors. So I think there's a bit of refinement from the customer interviews that could really help you guide your startup. Thank you.
So my folks are both in their early 70s, would probably be in our ideal customer. They both have smartphones. Neither of them know how to use their smartphones. So I am curious about how you'll overcome that barrier. And I do have two concerns. Ads targeted to seniors on social platforms worries me because both of my parents have been taken for a ride. And subscription sales or monthly recurring revenue sales to that particular demographic. I used to have a customer that was that demographic, and it's a tough one for that because we all worry about our older senior wise folks getting taken advantage of. So I am curious about how you might overcome those and earn trust and credibility with that audience and acquire customers.
Yeah, it's a good question, and I think part of it comes down to the moderation system we implement, but also the fact that we don't aim to be a website that necessarily adds a lot of distractions. So our main focus is to make the user interface, if anything, as simple as it can be. A lot of communication platforms that you can think of today try to distract you, try to get you to purchase something, try to get you to go elsewhere, try to get you to, I don't know, register for something else. And it's a lot of distraction for that matter, and I think it's not. And you're right, I think that it's the elderly people who are going to be the most easily able to be manipulated in that sense, but I also think it affects younger people in that sense, so that is a concern. But I think by actually mitigating the fact that you let free ads run on the website and making it so that those ads are actually targeting the right type of things, for example, mental health resources or stuff that can actually benefit from, and making sure that we moderate that in an essential way. And I guess the moderation part would be the very important part of that, which we discussed, is that the moderation has to be kept at these up high standards. And I guess to have that upscale, as we upscale, to make sure that is maintained and integral would be kind of a focus that we try to invest as early as possible on, and then kind of go along with it as the business scales up and make sure that we actively take feedback and refine on that, because we have realized that issue, but we also think that there are things we can do. But obviously it might not avoid every single case, but our goal is that at large, this would be something that we can hopefully tackle and try to avoid.
Sure. Who are the partners you're targeting? Like you were saying, a lot of these probably be done through partnerships. So what are those corporate partners that you'd be looking for?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question. So there are a lot of existing provincial and national government agencies that kind of aim to benefit and to work with community like initiatives and projects such as this one. This is something that is kind of a growing trend as the population grows in the elderly sense, and as more costs associated with healthcare burden. There will be more awareness and more concern from the government to provide funding for these initiatives. So we're kind of planning on applying through that avenue, through government grants and programs such as that. But we also hope that in the future we can collaborate with some, private companies, some industries where we can collaborate on things such as, providing, ads for some services that they may talk about. For example, we can partner up with the YMCA or a local community organization where they want to promote things such as, healthcare classes or fitness courses, or, how to communicate with one another, how to take care of yourself, or elderly fitness classes. So, there are kind of a lot of avenues we are thinking of. For revenue, mainly it's going to come from ads, right? As with a lot of social platforms, that's how they can run for free. And we also hope to partner with government organizations as well as local partners. With ads, though, we do want to make sure that we are moderating what's going on our website. We're, tailoring it to the elderly population, and we know that it's a vulnerable population. So we will tailor it and make sure that we are caring for them and have their best interests in mind. Thank you.
fix anything. Eventually, we'll be old. Are you?
I know, I keep thinking that myself.
No, really? Yeah, that's wild. Yeah, I know, my grandparents. But I'm just meaning, like, in 20 years from now, those elderly people will be fantastic. Really do it.
You mean?
What's that?
Will be excellent.
Yeah. Yeah.
But they, you mean we.
But they, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
At the same time, I already feel like my parents really know, so yeah, I'm like, I don't want to learn all this stuff. Like, I remember when I was a teenager, they were kind of giving hugs and that, and they were like, I don't want to learn. Oh, you're so stupid, so easy. And I'm like, I don't want to learn. I'm fine with what I have.
I mean, I think that's just a fact of life. Yeah.
Okay, so now we will have the last pitch of the day. Please welcome Be Social Medias.
If they're here.
Are they here?
Let me check if the name tag is still there.
See that? Maybe there is a better social media. The moderation thing, I think, is the key. Right? Social media is polluted. Is my mic on? Horrible things, horrible things. Social media mic. That's what I tell people. Here's my I don't need them.
No, they're not here, so.
That's a wrap.
Okay. So I guess that concludes the 2026 RBC Pitch Competition. A special thank you. A special thank you to all of our judges today. We truly appreciate you taking the time to be here. Thanks to the J. Herbert Smith Center staff, and once again, thank you to our sponsors and partners, RBC, NBIF, FCNB, Cox and Palmer, the International Business and Entrepreneurship Center, the Barrett Chair in Entrepreneurship for Digital Transformation. Now you can take a few minutes to network, have some nice conversations, and we will start to serve dinner shortly in the Chancellor's Room. During dinner, we will be announcing the winners of the pitch competition as well as this year's awards recipients. See you soon.